Crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick, hello.
Greetings.
Yo.
Hello.
How's it going today, guys? You guys are very yellow.
Oh, we are.
Yes,
we
we
are
are.
all yellow.
Yellow, yellow,
I didn't
yellow.
get the yellow memo.
They don't have a British accent, do they? Is that Coldplay?
Yeah,
They're from England.
Oh, man. But they don't sing like that.
you are all
all
yellow.
Some of
That's
their
not-
songs they do.
I
Well,
remember.
but Ozzy Osbourne's from England, and he doesn't sing like
I
that.
was
That's true.
I
Listen to
remember when I was a
Paranoid.
kid, and I was like, "What's up with these English folks not having accents when they sing?"
Yeah, and when they act.
And when they-
American.
well, yes,
Yeah.
yes, yeah.
But yes, most of them
Do
they
you
sing.
ever wonder when an Englishman or an English woman acts as an American, they realize, wow, we have a really bad accent.
Yes, they
Mm.
must. They have to.
So I heard somewhere, and I did hear this. I don't know if it's true.
Did you see this? Did you hear about this?
That
It's a Reddit thing.
I don't think it's a Reddit. It's a linguistics thing.
Okay.
That the Appalachian accent is close to what the English accent would have evolved to if we all just kept talking like the English.
Okay, so how do they sound? Do we know? How do
In
they? How do
the
you-
Appalachians?
Yes.
I don't know, watch some Appalachian show. I don't know. I don't know.
All right.
I can't describe it. I can't talk like an Appalachian person.
Okay. No, I'm just genuinely curious. Like, I don't
Well,
know
but
how to-
here's the thing. I don't know if that's accurate because most of the colonists were from England.
They were.
And so whatever our language developed into, that was a derivative of them. So to say that
they're all the
English would have evolved into Appalachian,
Yeah.
that doesn't make any sense. I
Aren't
don't-
we?
Or-
Aren't
no.
we all that way in a sense?
What it is, I misremembered.
Are we all yellow?
What it is I guess the Appalachian accent is supposed to be closer to what the colonial would have sounded like
Ah, the colonial.
before we all gave the middle finger to England and just started talking normal. out
Well,
of
so you're
spite.
saying that this? You're saying we sound like this as a choice.
Yes.
Hmm.
I think it started out.
I don't know about that, but I like it.
Well, then why else? Why else would our language evolve into this? Why don't we
This
still
is
have
just
English
where language
accents?
evolves to.
How come
Right.
Australia still has their accent that sounds sort of kind of British, but ours is not?
Great question. I don't know.
I think we just did it to spite England.
We just
did
said
it
no.
as a bit.
I think
Let's
we
make-
did
as
it as
a
a bit.
bit.
Let's
Well, okay,
I don't
keep,
think
in,
it was a
okay,
bit.
Sound
now keep in
American.
mind that the
No.
colonists from the Northeast, you got your Boston and your New York.
Yeah.
Yes, that's
And
all
then the
different.
weird Baltimore,
And then
Philadelphia.
the weird, yeah.
Wooder.
Yeah,
Wooder.
that stuff's weird.
And then, of course, Southern. Or,
Yeah, because all the states over there decided to kind of do their own thing.
Hmm.
I don't think it was a choice.
You don't think
I-
it was a choice?
I think it just kind of happened that
All
way.
right, I'm gonna
Yeah.
Google. Was the American accent a choice?
was like a Boston accent a
but
choice.
the problem is, there's not really an American accent because
Yeah.
ours is so much different than
Because there's different
Chicago. and-
dialects and everything.
Oh, John, your favorite website. If you go to Babbel.com,
Oh, I thought you were gonna say
there's a
Babbel.
story
Babbel.
called "When Did Americans Lose Their British Accents?" written by Thomas More Devlin on July 11th, my parents' anniversary. Happy anniversary to my parents. 2023.
What kind of a last name is that?
Devlin?
I don't know.
Oh,
I
thought
know
it
a
was-
guy
I
named
think you
Devlin.
said it, Thomas
Thomas
More
More Devlin.
Devlin.
Thomas.
Oh,
More
he's using
Devlin.
3 initials.
Yeah.
He's either
TMD.
a stuffy elitist or an assassin.
Yeah.
So I don't know
So,
if I can trust
I'm
him.
not going to read the whole story because it's many words, but there is a handy graphic in here that is titled "The Progression of American English." And so 1585, British migration to the New World.
Mhm.
Late 16th century, mixing of different accents marks the start of dialect leveling. 17th to 18th century, R less dialect emerges and is deemed more prestigious. Post-Revolutionary War, period of linguistic isolation from UK plus influence of westward expansion, and present, American English is still evolving. Now,
Yeah,
that skips
so
a lot
it
of
just
time.
basically fizzled out.
I don't
Yeah.
think
That's all.
yeah,
I think, but I mean, it said.
It deemed more prestigious, and then isolation from
'cause
UK.
I think they did
I think
that
Nick
to
might be
further
onto something.
separate themselves from the.
We're not going to
people who
talk
lost
like
the
them.
war.
We just beat them in the war. That's what they said.
Hmm.
I think.
So
That's
they
my
started
guess.
talking like people from
Yeah,
Alabama.
yeah. Now, why did they start talking like
don't know.
Hicks? Great
I
question.
don't know.
Probably because of the other one, more prestigious. I bet that was a prestigious language back then. Sadly.
What do we think the more prestigious?
Well,
people
they did
sounded like?
own a lot of things.
Bingo, John. You hit on what exactly I was thinking about.
Interesting.
They're big houses.
They had very, very large house.
Large
Probably
houses.
like old money. Like, indubitably. Yes.
There you go.
I went to Dartmouth.
Prestige.
Ugh,
Yeah.
You just sound like an idiot.
Yeah, I don't want to be a friend with that guy.
No.
No.
If somebody came up to me and said, I went to Dartmouth, I'd say, cool, get the hell out of my face.
Really?
Your football team sucks.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
I would say I don't really know
What do you
much
know
about
about
your
football?
school. That's not Harvard. That's not Yale. People don't talk about Dartmouth very much.
No.
Just kind of
but,
there.
I mean, Dartmouth and Yale, Harvard and Yale. What good are those?
I mean,
Where does Dartmouth go on the Ivy League
Great question.
prestige level?
Ivy League rankings.
Is that like in tier 1 or tier 2?
All right, let's see. U.S.
Harvard's got to be number 1.
Look at the
right?
rowing
so.
records. That probably differentiates the most
Yeah.
prestigious
All right.
private school, right?
National University rankings. Princeton is number 1.
Oh, Princeton.
Yeah. Harvard is 3rd. Yale is 5th. Pennsylvania is 6th. Brown is 9th. Columbia 12th. Cornell 12th. Dartmouth 18th.
Oh.
Literally last. Tough luck, Dartmouth.
Wow.
Oh, is Northwestern
They're
on
the
there?
Nebraska of the Ivy League. Kick them out.
Wow. The AAU.
Kick them out. What are you going to ask, John?
You said Princeton's number 1,
Princeton's number 1 in the whole country.
and Creighton beat him 2 years ago.
People forget,
now
John.
we're
Creighton's number 1.
That's right.
Do you guys know where Dartmouth is? Do you know what state it's in?
Oh,
Is it Dover or Delaware?
Massachusetts?
Ooh.
All right. Wrong. So, John, I mean, that's a little process of
Okay,
elimination.
hang on. You said what?
I said Massachusetts.
I said Delaware.
Delaware actually owns no Ivy League school.
Oh, because it's a garbage
Massachusetts,
state.
of course, has Harvard. They're in Cambridge, which
Okay.
is what a bird.
God, I
of
would have
Boston.
guessed that Dartmouth was also in.
Guess another one, John.
Yeah, you got John. You got all those Eastern
Pick
states.
a different one.
Is it an original 13?
How about Vermont?
Good
Also
one.
wrong, John.
New
Vermont
York.
has none.
New
Oh,
York.
wow, you guys are just going wrong.
Rhode Island,
Massachusetts.
No, we already said that, Nick.
Oh, did we?
It was Happer's guess.
New Hampshire,
There we go.
Oh,
Hanover.
Hanover,
Hampshire.
Hanover, New Hampshire.
Yeah. So Princeton is in Princeton, New Jersey. Harvard's in Cambridge. Yale is in New Haven, Connecticut.
Oh yes,
Pennsylvania
they have great pizza there.
is in Philly. Brown is in Providence, Rhode Island. Columbia is in New York, New York. Cornell is in Ithaca, New York, and then Dartmouth is in Hanover. There you go.
Thank you, for
Cornell.
that history
That's
lesson.
that's where Andy Bernard
Andy
went.
Bernard
Yes.
went to
Yeah.
Cornell.
Mhm.
Big Red, go Big Red.
Go Big Red. Nick, say it.
go Big Red.
Wow, it sounds just like the commercial.
It does.
That's amazing.
It's almost
Go
like he played a
Big
drop.
Yeah.
I didn't play a drop. So this is the drop.
Go Big
Now
Red.
say it.
Go Big Red.
Ah,
Well,
you sound a little more mature now,
Well,
Nick.
I
drop-
am older.
Your voice is a bit lower.
You sound a little bit more British now.
Go
Yeah.
Big Red.
I think.
Nice.
I think your language has evolved.
Uh-oh.
Hello, Governor.
Babble. Why does Nick Grimm now speak like an Englishman?
Hello.
A texter in the 402 says, how come some people that stutter can sing without stuttering?
Ah, good one.
These are great questions. I don't know.
Probably because it's recorded and they stutter the other times. I don't know.
No, it is a thing where people, if they have a stutter, they do sing without the
I
stutter.
don't think that's what it is.
They
Happer.
don't think so.
No, I don't think so.
Well, I mean, how are we to know? It's recorded.
There
That's
was
a
an
good
old
point.
SNL bit where no one could understand what Ozzy Osbourne was saying until he started
Well,
singing.
okay,
Yeah.
you know the
That's
artist
true.
Sam Smith?
Yes, I do.
They have an insane stutter, except when they're singing. And then they did end up stuttering at a show during a song, and then the fans actually finished it out for them.
Oh, that's nice of
It
the
was a very sweet thing
fans.
for the fans to do.
Well, Mel Tillis was a famous stutterer.
The University of
on stage.
Iowa has done some research on this topic
Mm.
Go
I don't know if I
Hawks.
can believe this.
and have concluded that music is
Unspoken.
an
Probably gambled on it too.
Gambled on it, and then it's a Caitlin Clark. In conclusion, Caitlin Clark.
Mm.
music is an activity in which you use the right side of the brain. Language uses left. So when you sing music, you're no longer using your left brain and probably no longer stuttering.
Different brain.
Different brain side.
Mm.
I was thinking about that yesterday because we did a little shopping. Nick, say shopping.
Shopping.
So we did that and we were listening to music. It was one of the rare instances where I listen to music.
A treat for Josh.
Wait,
Yeah,
you were
it-
listening to music while shopping?
Or
No,
was it
as we
the-
drove.
Okay, I was gonna say, was it
Oh.
the music just playing at the
No,
store?
she was playing some stuff off of her phone. And anyway, it was this artist who was playing the piano and singing in the song. And I was just saying, like, that blows my mind.
So hard.
Because I tried to do that on Rock Band once, and I was like, nope, I
Yeah.
can't play guitar and sing. And then she was like, yeah, he also has a song where he's playing the piano and doing a harmonica at the same time. And I
that,
was like,
that guy's name is Billy Joel.
that guy's not popular or not cool, as we discussed last
He's
week.
very cool.
Yeah, this
What
was
about-
John McLaughlin.
How do you feel about Neil Young doing the harmonica and the guitar at the same
I
time?
don't really have any takes on Neil Young. What's his famous song again? America something?
Many songs.
Does he have a
He's
song about
got a few
America?
songs.
Keep on rocking in the free world.
I thought he had an America.
I mean,
song.
it's not pro-America.
I thought he had an America.
I went
song.
to a Neil Young concert at PBA not too long ago, probably maybe like 6-7 years ago, and he just had a lot of things to say about things that we eat.
Oh,
He was very against GMOs.
oh,
He had the whole crowd chanting against GMOs.
FGMOs.
Yes, the MF and GMOs.
That's
And
a
then
lengthy chant.
And then he would just
A lot of syllables.
He made like kind of a mini song about it,
Oh.
and then everybody sang along to the song about GMOs.
Did you sing?
It was kind of fun to yell.
Yeah?
It was kind of
Oh.
fun to yell.
Is it kind of fun to yell? Poll question.
It's kind of fun to yell, just with everybody else.
There you go.
And then he just went back into
Oh.
singing Neil Young songs.
I was wrong, by the way.
Yeah, shocker.
Sam Smith had a lisp. Louis Capaldi is the one with the stutter thing when
Okay,
that happened.
it's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, there it is.
Thank
Thank you,
for the
producer
correction.
Josh.
Louis Capaldi.
After
Yes.
the Gold Rush, Josh, great song. Neil Young.
Okay, maybe I'll check it out.
Check it
sometime.
out. Check it out.
Never heard of it.
Oh yeah,
I don't know what that is. I don't know who this man is. Sorry to this man.
he's an old man.
I
Yep.
apologize.
Neil Young is
Mhm.
very old.
Is he?
Yes.
Is he still alive?
Yes,
I think so.
Shout out to Neil Young, who still is living.
Clint Eastwood, old, alive.
Dude, were you guys talking about him last week?
Yes.
93.
Have you seen him though?
He looks old as hell, right?
Yeah,
Bob Dylan.
And he's
old,
still making
alive.
movies.
kind
That's-
of.
I mean, we've watched how many of his movies have we watched in the movie club? At least one.
I'm surprised he didn't have
Yeah.
anything to do with the fishing movie.
Fishing. Oh, great.
That seems extremely up his alley.
It definitely does. We
Oh,
watched,
Are you trying to knock the movie again?
What was the one that we watched, John? It was like Rooster or
Rooster.
it seemed like the name had a bird involved, like a game, like chicken. What was the name of that movie? It was like
What?
him and a young
Clint
man.
Eastwood?
Yeah.
A lot of Clint Eastwood movies involve him and a young man.
No,
It
I know.
doesn't narrow it down.
All right. I'm going to look this up.
How many of them involved?
Cry
birds,
Macho.
though?
There was a chicken
Oh.
in Cry Macho.
Yes, there was.
All right. So I was wrong about the title.
My favorite bird, the macho.
Wow. I forgot that he directed American Sniper.
I did.
Oh
Yes.
yeah,
I like that movie.
nice.
Wh-
That was a good one.
With
Yeah.
the baby. American Sniper is the one with the baby, right? Because I keep
American
getting
Sni-
that in Zero Dark 30
Yes.
mixed
American
up.
Sniper is the one with the baby.
Yeah, the
Okay.
fake baby.
Yeah. Otherwise, good movie. Ending very sad.
Bradley Cooper's
Mm-hmm. The beginning of him chasing Oscars.
very.
They
good.
need to just give him an Oscar so then he can chill out.
Has he still not got one?
Wow. He
Yeah.
deserved one for Dungeons and Dragons.
Wait, Clint Eastwood?
No, Bradley
Cooper.
Cooper.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Bradley Cooper is begging for an Oscar and they won't give it to him. And so he's getting weirder and weirder.
Why is he begging for it?
He just wants one. He
I
wants
like that movie that
It's
you
like-
didn't like.
Leo.
The one.
Cry Macho.
No, it was really long and it was kind of black and white sometimes.
Oh,
But he was a carny,
Ugh.
and then he became like a
What
really
was-
rich
We did
guy.
that for a movie club.
We did?
Yeah. You picked it.
Which one?
The one.
Wait, what?
he was
Bradley Cooper?
Yeah.
Yes.
I don't remember this.
Yes. Nightmare Alley.
Nightmare Alley. Nightmare Alley.
You picked Nightmare.
No, I did not.
Oh, Nick picked
Because I
it
never
then.
saw it.
You
I
never
liked
watched
it.
Nightmare Alley?
No, I wasn't. I must not been here that
He was
week.
out of town.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm positive.
Yeah, it was bad. I hated that movie. I
I
could have
liked it.
sworn that we all talked about it. It was Bradley Cooper, Kate Blanchett, Tony Collette,
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Willem
remember
Dafoe.
Anything about that movie.
So it is.
He was a carny.
Yeah.
And then he got into the carnival by doing
Nice.
various
Oh,
magic
that
tricks.
one.
And
Yeah,
then
see-
he became so good at the magic tricks that he believed that he was the best person ever.
Okay, now I remember.
Yeah,
it.
He
you
believed
picked
that
that
he was
But
invincible.
I don't think I picked that
Well, if Nick doesn't remember it, we did it in February of 2022. It's been almost 2 years. Oh, Happer responded to it. Great movie. Bad take, Happer.
Hmm.
Oh, Odson responded to you. Can confirm. I'm going to respond to now both of you.
Wow.
Oh, he liked it too. Thank you,
Yeah.
Josh.
Wow.
one. Yeah, we watched it on March the 4th.
There you go. March the 4th be with you.
John must have been not here.
No, I do
mentally,
remember it.
he
now.
was all the way.
I do remember it now.
Mhm.
I do remember it. But then we took a couple weeks off.
Mm.
Yeah.
For
We
tournaments, things of
Yes,
that
we
nature.
had tournaments. We had Creighton basketball tournament.
They went pretty deep in that tournament, if I remember right.
Yes.
Oh, was that the one when they lost
That
to Georgetown by 1 million?
No,
Oh,
no.
that
That's
would've
when
been
they
the-
lost to Villanova in the final.
Also by 1 million?
No, it was only by like 5.
Oh, okay.
It was the Connor Gillespie took over in the last 3 minutes game. Remember that one?
Colin.
Did I say Connor?
Yes.
Colin Gillespie.
Yes, Colin. Yep, that one. And then they
Then that was the year they beat.
beat San Diego, State
and lost to Kansas.
Kansas, yeah.
Speaking of
That
carnies,
ragtag group. Shout out Ryan Hawkins.
What do you got for us,
Shout
Nick?
out Ryan.
do
Hawkins.
people in Nebraska call people from Kearney carnies?
Oh, great question. No, we should though. My parents are carnies. I'm gonna start calling them that.
No,
That's-
I don't think we do.
That's funny.
What do
Nick.
you call people from Kearney?
My parents.
Are
People
there
from
really
Kearney.
carnies anymore?
Yeah.
I don't
Oh, yeah.
think so.
There's not as many as there used to.
Go
be.
to
seems
county
pretty
fairs.
illegal.
They're all
That's what I'm
over
saying. I
county
don't think
fairs.
there's as many of those as there used to be.
county fairs.
Yeah.
Still going strong back home.
I'm talking about in civilized society.
Like, what are they? Who are the carnies? They have, they have
they-
the little people. They have the
They have people.
they have the bearded woman.
The
Well,
freak
no,
people.
it's not.
Yeah.
It's not like that. But it's the people who look like carnies who travel with the rides and amusement stuff and such.
Oh, they
He's
just
mocking the working man. The working man who
They're
puts
just
up
stage
the
yeah.
the stuff and then takes the ticket.
No,
The
we're
one
talking
where I
about
said-
the weirdos.
the one where I said, "Please don't make this go super fast. My stomach hurts," and then he made it go super fast, and then I threw up everywhere. I'm like, "This is on you."
How old were you when that happened?
10.
We shouldn't have been chewing tobacco on the ride.
That's right.
My bad.
Tequila.
The Great Bambi.
Bambino.
You mean that wimpy deer?
He's
That
making,
wimpy deer.
he's making a joke. I got it, Nick.
Thank you.
I got
appreciate
it. I got you.
I love The
got you.
Sandlot. John
That-
probably hates that movie.
That was one of my favorite.
It's a
movies
movie
as
from the
kid.
early '90s about it for kids, and John didn't watch those.
It's about
movies.
baseball. John loves
What are you
it.
talking about? Of course I love The
Oh, well, you
Sandlot.
just missed the reference
Yeah, you
that
missed the
Nick
reference.
made.
John doesn't like movies about baseball. He likes movies that are like the LaCroix, have a LaCroix of baseball in it, but then the other
I think
message
it's
is
more
What are you
likely that he
talking
just
about?
Nice.
It's more likely
What
that
are
he
you
missed the
talking
reference that he hates a movie about baseball.
Mm.
Come on, guys. Let's get
He doesn't like.
Just because I don't like
Rookie
the
of the
stupid Rookie
Year.
of the Year and the Tony,
that movie is
and-
funny.
and
I
the
love
Tony
that movie.
Danza disaster.
Okay, that movie is not so good.
Angels in the
Angels in
outfield.
the outfield. act.
What? You don't like
Hey, his
Angels in the
name's
outfield?
Tony. Imagine that.
His name's not Tony. It's Mel. It's Mel Clark.
I
Tony
guarantee you they
Disaster.
overdubbed that because they had to call him Tony on set.
He
Otherwise
was on.
would
He
have
was
never
Tony on like
responded.
2 things, and so then John always says that he's always
Everything.
Tony.
Mel Clark
Everything.
is a fantastic baseball.
It's an
name.
amazing baseball name. Amazing baseball name.
Just like an amalgamation of several names.
Yeah.
With the history of time.
Exactly.
Mm.
What's a name? Mel.
Mel. What's another name? Clark. Okay,
Yeah.
let's do that.
Yeah.
Oh, but make sure we call him Tony on set or else he won't respond to you.
Yeah, I'm good with the Angels in the outfield slander. I'm fine with that.
Wow, that's crazy.
Brutal.
You hate God?
No, I love God.
Okay, interesting.
I love God.
Interesting.
Who's the little kid that ended up becoming famous?
Yeah, he was on the American Pie movies, among other things, right?
What are you? What?
The kid in Angels in the outfield.
Oh, that's is that Joseph?
No, wait, I
Gordon-
guess
is
that's-
that
Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Yeah, never
Yes,
mind.
yeah.
I'm thinking of what's his name from Rookie of the Year. He was on
Yeah.
the American Pie movies.
Joseph Gordon-Levitt.
Yeah,
Yeah, Gardenhosa.
Yeah.
I don't even know his real name.
I don't need. He's that guy.
Yeah.
He's that guy.
He definitely
so
is.
memorable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen him in anything else.
I mean,
The guy who
Besides
played Henry
American-
Rodengartner?
the American Pie movies.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Okay.
Outside of those,
That's
yeah.
it. Yeah. Gardenhosa, you're in. Gardenhosa, you're up.
Through Taylor Swift, we learned that her and Travis Kelce frequently watch American Pie.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, Saturday nights.
I'm not a huge American Pie fan.
It's
She
fine.
sang about that in a song.
She did.
What a weirdo.
I like the song.
And then she's like, "Touch me while your bros play Grand Theft Auto."
What the
That's
Oh yeah,
hell?
Nick, have you done your review of the album yet?
I have.
Oh, I missed it.
Yeah. It's
What
on-
did you give
it's
it?
on Twitter?
How many stars out of 10?
5.6.
Whoa!
Only 5.6.
Thank you, Nick.
It wasn't good.
She seems like a-
oh!
She seems like a real
402
sicko.
951 1620 Swifties. Let him have it.
My problem is she's a
Oh, and Chiefs Kingdom.
my problem is she's an adult woman and she's still writing as if she's like a 21-year-old woman.
You don't say.
There's no evolution of maturity in the songwriting.
Color me stunned.
Uh-huh.
Look at how Nick has matured
this is very good.
overnight. This is great, Nick.
I mean, I give you a lot of credit. You're going after both the Swifties and Chiefs Kingdom.
Yeah.
You're talking about two of the biggest psychotic fan bases there exist.
Don't
on the planet Earth.
disrespect us. Don't disrespect us.
Am I disrespecting Travis Kelce? Because I feel like it tracks that he would love American
Oh
Pie.
no! As long as this kayfabe thing is going on, these two are all one and the same. Now, when they split up, that's when the civil war begins. But until then, they're all one big happy family. And you just walked in to their family affair and took a dump in the Jell-O salad.
There was
Mm.
one song that I almost loved, and it wasn't.
What was that?
It was called Florida, and it had Florence Welch from Florence and the Machine, and all of her
Okay.
parts were great.
So you only
Like the parts that didn't
almost
have
liked
Taylor
it
Swift,
because
yeah.
of the backing vocals.
She wasn't even the backing vocal. She got a whole
She was
feature,
just
and
in. She was just doing the song.
the best part of the song.
So Taylor
Except
Swift
they
is
would
now-
randomly say Florida.
Has she transitioned over into the whole doing the duets thing? Because that's the next evolution.
Let's
in the
do-
career.
No, I mean she's had features on her last few.
Nick, I have a
albums.
question for you.
Yes.
Are you worried about Taylor and her being brainwashed by this monster, Travis Kelce?
Oh,
No.
interesting.
Because I mean, she's thinking about touching herself while
No,
she's
she wants him.
Touching you.
Is she the one that keeps
She does
showing up
Sweet
in my
Caroline.
timeline?
Sweet Caroline.
Bum, bum, bum.
Thank you, Nick.
Nudes in bio?
she's in bio.
She's
Yes.
in bio?
Ah,
No, she's just saying
new
she
album
wants,
in bio.
she wants him to touch her while he's playing Xbox.
That's not something she would have said like a year ago.
No, she's in love.
See, I don't like when people change who they are
Well, this whole
when they fall in love with
because
someone.
that whole song is about her feeling like you know those songs that have been around forever where they're like, I feel like a teenager, I feel young again because of you. That's
Yeah.
what this song is.
And that was the line to
That is
explain that.
one of the lines in that song. The
I
other
don't
one
wanna be a
was
teenager.
She's
watching
like
American Pie.
32 years old.
Is she really? Is she almost my age? Yeah, I guess she was born in '89.
I think she's like just a little older than me.
Well, she was born in '89.
she'll be 35 at some point this
Yeah.
year.
Which is why it is even weirder and more sad to me
Yeah,
that
imagine
she's writing the lyrics that she's writing. Because it would make sense if like Olivia Rodrigo was still writing songs like this.
Definitely.
But a grown woman to write songs like this, like there needs to be some kind of maturation of your
There we
songwriting at some
go.
point.
Yeah.
It just needs to happen.
Get the TikTok cam out.
There's also like a diss
Kyle, turn
track.
on the TikTok
Nick,
camera.
Like-
do you have insurance for your truck yet?
Yes. She's also
Because I'm guessing that thing will be on fire when you leave the parking.
it's just weird. Like, why are you a 34-year-old woman and still writing songs about your high school bullies? It feels weird.
They live rent free in her head.
they do.
Yes.
Like, just get over it.
Like the haters of Jack Mitchell's softball team.
I think she needs to take a couple years. I think she needs to take a couple years before the next album and just go experience things.
She is kind of cranking these out on the regular because wasn't the last one like within the last year?
She
I mean,
cranks.
that's a lot.
And with
She's
this
a
weird,
cranker.
with this weird not double release thing, it turned into a situation where she could have culled a lot of the songs from the main album and put a lot of the ones from the second release into that main album, and it could have just been one album.
Or she just could have called it one album.
Some
and
of
been done
those-
with
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
but-
Yeah.
just did
But
30,
instead, it's
yeah.
like, oh, but I'm giving you a bonus. It's like when we
Oh,
go
bonus.
to the Sunday shop and I get an extra cherry on top.
Oh, nice.
That is how nice of her.
Which
Odson
Thank you,
points out
Taylor.
Nick can't get over the bully teacher he had in high school, though.
because grown men shouldn't throw footballs at children.
Hey, I mean,
Feels
a lot of
weird.
us
Well,
go
Now, to
through.
Nick's
Nick,
credit,
you
he's
bring up
never-
your divorce, the divorce of your parents a lot too.
That's a thing that affected me.
To
Yeah.
Nick's credit, though, he's never
was
written a
affected
song
by
about
John
Mr.
Mayer.
Casey.
That's true. Nick, can we get a Casey song, please?
Yeah, you should write a song about Mr. Casey
Mm.
and your parents' divorce
I can get
and various other traumas in your life.
I can get Taylor to help me because she's written a few football-based puns unironically in a couple of these songs.
Stibbs from the grave tweeting at us on the
Ah.
JTech
Dead
Construction Zone
Stibbs.
Twitter feed.
And if
Says-
he's not dead now after seeing the
Yeah.
Broncos uniform release, he's
Oh,
definitely
horrible.
in the grave.
And Zach Wilson.
Says,
And
of
Zach
course you
Wilson.
feel like a teenager again, Taylor. You're dating a giant man baby who plays GTA with his boys and watches American Pie
No,
every week.
bro.
See, that's facts.
The song said bros, not boys, bros.
Yeah.
I don't want to watch that.
That
movie
is such a
every weekend.
weird thing to say.
That's
as
me
a-
while you and your bros play Grand Theft
yeah,
Auto.
that's not
And the
something
sad
I
part
want to
is,
imagine. In my,
That's the best song about Travis Kelce from those group of songs that she released.
doesn't reflect that well on him.
No.
Did she write a song about how what's his ass was off sides and ruined the best play of
Yeah.
Travis Kelce's career?
No, there was a lo-
Kadarius Tony.
Kadarius Tony,
So right before the Grand Theft
you're
Auto
not my
line,
homie.
right before the GTA line, there's a line about you know ball, I know Aristotle.
You know ball? She said that?
She said that.
I don't think.
The songwriting is there's one song that I liked in its entirety in the whole album, and it's called The Black Dog, and that was a decent song.
Black Dog, wasn't that a song by Led Zeppelin?
Not that Black Dog.
That's a great song.
It's a great song.
John would rather listen to that version than the Taylor Swift version, and John hates Led Zeppelin.
Yep, no, most definitely. I would most definitely rather
Mhm.
listen to Zeppelin than
Mhm.
Taylor Swift.
I do like
Especially now that Nick's given it only a 5.6.
Well, I like
It's a tough look.
I liked The Black Dog because it had a lot of vibes of influence of her country songwriting, which was honestly good. She's at
Love
her
the
best when
vibes.
she's writing
Oh,
songs.
that's right. She was a country and western
Uh-huh.
person.
I think she's at her best when she's writing songs that are about personal experiences, but can also other people can relate to. But a lot of the songs in this album were just her personal experiences and calling out
That
her
always
bullies.
happens though. Like Jay-Z used to write about stuff and then he became, a billionaire. And it's like, oh man, I dropped my bottle of Dom and it spilled. It's like,
Nice.
I don't really relate to
That's
this.
how
Jay.
Jay-Z's song goes. Yeah.
And that sucks. But the Black Dog kind of like there's still hints of her old songwriting in there where it's like, okay, this is relatable.
Mm.
But then writing a song about going to Florida to forget all your problems isn't really relatable.
I could care less about the lyrics. Just like, does it sound good?
Yeah.
That's pretty much how
Shake
I
it
do
off, shake
music.
it off. Ooh,
Yeah.
ooh, ooh.
Yeah.
Isn't it
Players gonna
amazing?
play.
The crossover that brought us of music was Nick
Yeah.
grabbing his sword
That's
and
right.
standing there in her honor. And now he's like, 5.6.
Now that's maturation.
Yeah, it is. That was months ago. It's not even a whole year.
A lot of that was about Taylor Swift, but I think as I've reflected on that event, that crossover,
The event.
That event.
The
This will
incident.
be another thing that will be in Nick's next song.
It's like the White Castle incident, but
but before
the
the
Nick incident.
I respect that. Before the manifesto,
Nice. The
I think
manifesto.
my problem was as defending music as a whole
Mm.
than just Taylor Swift, and Taylor Swift was kind of my conduit for that. But
Cody says Nick's takes are
Spiraled.
so weird. Taylor Swift writes what sells, and it is teenagers and early 20s. Nick, this is you realizing
You're
You're
no
an-
longer
you're
an
old
older.
now.
Yeah.
Nice job, Nick. Welcome.
this is what happens.
No,
You're just like, I
God,
don't get
what does
this.
that make you then? You're like
Ancient.
ancient.
see, and my
Dad, dying.
And now I'm so old that I'm cool again.
Yeah.
my best
Can
That's
you
how this
believe
works.
this?
Yeah,
John
that's
is
how this
cool.
yeah,
works.
look at that rad fit.
Look, that's yes, my rad fit.
There you go.
My-
John's back.
No, but my best example of the way an artist or a band can have more mature songwriting as they get older is Taking Back Sunday. I didn't really love their last album, but it had a more mature sound because they're all
Gotta make damn sure.
Exactly.
That song?
well, that band.
Mm.
But their album that came out last year, you could tell it was more mature because these dudes are old and they have kids, so they're going to write about things that relate to them, and they're not writing for angsty teenagers anymore because they know their lane.
Nick, you have a lot to say
I do.
about music.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I'm of music.
He is. He did tell us.
How awesome is this going to be when Taylor is like 63 and still writing for teens?
What's she going to be
It's gonna be
talking about
weird.
then when she's 63?
Her great grandkids
No.
with Travis.
She's still going to be talking about her boys playing GTA.
Mm.
Yeah, Travis
She's-
Kelsey will still be playing with the boys on GTA.
Yeah. I think so.
Mm.
She's pacing for that anyway.
Her unironic, like the way she dissed Travis, she called him a dumbass in that song, just saying, "You know ball, I know Aristotle," which is it's kind of a douchey thing to
Does
say.
she know Aristotle?
I don't know.
I doubt it.
I don't think
But-
she knows what she's talking
So just
about.
a lot of those songs were just about her and how cool she is. And it gave me the ick.
Ooh.
Wow.
I'm not the only one who works here who has that opinion. By
That
the
is
way.
a big time
Okay,
Gen
now,
Z
now,
diss.
now, don't be throwing other people under the bus.
I'm not naming these people,
If
but
somebody-
I have people on my side.
Many are
somebody
coming up
in
to you,
Gen
tears in
Z-
their
Handshake.
eyes.
Tears in their
Handshake,
eyes.
Big,
beaming.
strong men or women.
If somebody in Gen Z says that thing gives me the ick, it's over.
Wow.
That's the
Ooh.
worst thing that could
So
happen.
this
Uh-huh.
is when Taylor's jumped the shark,
Interesting.
is what you're saying.
Charles points out that
She's
Shaq was called the Big Aristotle. He was. That's a great nickname.
That
She
is
knows
a really
Shaq.
good
Yeah,
nickname.
yeah.
She knows Shaq.
That's what she was talking about.
The
She's
Shaq
talking to
diss.
Shaquille O'Neal,
the
I
Shaq
forgot
diss?
about that.
the Big Aristotle.
I did.
Big
Yeah.
Aristotle.
He was awesome. He was so funny.
Shaqopotamus. Shactus.
And
He
now
would
he's,
talk so much trash.
and now he's pimping ads for the general.
Oh, that's right.
Did you guys watch any NBA on TNT this weekend?
No.
Shaq is like, he quite possibly is the worst person on television of
Oh.
all time.
Interesting.
But it's so funny.
what did he do this time?
He doesn't even like say anything. He just Chuck, I don't know what you're talking about. And then
That is true.
it's
That is
just-
his bet.
He doesn't. You can't even understand what he's saying, but it's so funny.
I always like how he never looks at anybody. He just, I'm staring over here.
Yep.
Shaq, you
He's got his glasses on.
Exactly. The
You're
cam-
able to look
the
at
one
him.
shot is on him, and he's just kind of looking off, but not
Yeah.
looking towards Ernie. It's
Yeah.
just like,
I'll tell you what, though,
And
Jokic
Ernie's
is
just
really
staring at him, and Charles is looking at him like, what are you talking about?
This is a
basketball game.
good. Jokic is a good player, and then that's it. That's it.
He's mastered the art of being Ed McMahon. Ed McMahon was sitting next to Johnny Carson all those years, and all he did was ha 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 ha.
And we
he
love
made
him.
millions.
And we love him.
I'll do that. I should just go laugh.
Stibbs is going after Taylor Swift.
He's dead, though.
She reads birth charts to. I'm using the Ouija board. She reads birth charts to people who don't want to hear them, and she thinks she's an Aristotle expert.
That's what she was talking about.
I like
knows
this
ball.
now that Stibbs is out on her too because of who she is dating.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like you said, he's having a rough day.
Stibbs.
Well, the Mariners won a game yesterday.
Oh, I just got my Mariners tickets for next week,
Did
by the
you?
way. Yeah.
Nice.
Let's go. Mariners.
Baseball.
They're playing the Braves.
Are they actual paper tickets?
No. What is this, 1994?
Paper tickets are cool again. John
I do like
knows
paper-
this
I do like paper
because he
tickets.
is cool again.
But
I want a
no,
paper ticket.
to give us the tickets, we got real tickets. Or we got an app. It was like, here you go.
Yeah.
And I added it to my
'Cause
wallet on my phone.
The
When I go to the
MLB app,
Rockies
bad app.
game, I want a physical ticket to commemorate that because this is going to be
Oh.
my first major league game.
You should ask for one. Can I ask for one? Can I go to the ticket office and
I'm
say,
sure they.
Well, that's what
you.
I'm not
print
sure.
me a ticket?
You get a sign that says "Baby's first ball game."
Nice.
Well, you can get a certificate on the Rockies website that says my first game
Josh
at
should
Coors
actually
Field."
get a T-shirt that says
Baby's
"Baby's
first ball game. Do you have this in an adult size? No? Okay.
You have this in a running shirt.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be nice. Can I get this as a singlet? By the way, we did get a text from the 402 that wrote, just joined some Taylor Swift message boards to tell them what Nick Grimm said his ass is done.
Wow.
Then I
Oh,
retweeted that with the link to my review.
Oh, this is not going to go well.
Mm-hmm.
They're gonna dox you.
Rolling Stone already declared
How
it
does
is
it
a
feel?
all-time classic album, which is insane.
all
yellow. What?
Yeah. The day it came out, they declared it an
that
all-time
magazine
album.
jumped the shark long ago.
It's a tough look for Rolling Stone.
Boom.
Tough look for Rolling Stone.
All this because Josh decided to say it was all yellow.
It was all
It was all
yellow.
yellow.
Wow, what a
Yep,
crossover.
it came all the way around full circle. I don't think we should Happy New Year this,
Okay.
just in case Nick doesn't get
Save Nick.
assassinated, because then it may come back around in December.
Good call.
and that's when the real hitmen show us.
Yeah, everyone's cold. It's dark outside, and they're like, you know what? It's time to
Yep,
murder.
I'm depressed. The Chiefs just lost their fourth straight.
Put this in the
Everything's
vault,
going. I'm going after this guy.
Put it
He
in
went
the
after
vault.
Taylor Swift.
and then we'll unload it after the new year once everybody gets happy again.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, you know, here's an idea, Nick, for maybe the 2025 shows. But when we put stuff on the list, we should cut it out as audio, and then we could play it back
Audio.
at the end of the year. You know, like I have the list, so it would require a little extra legwork from Nick. But if we just kept all of the list
and then
items,
made a segment on
yeah,
it.
no, we just play us saying it. Like John just said, the Chiefs will lose 4 in a row. Like, whoa.
Yeah, but I didn't put that on the list.
that's
on our
true.
list.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
Oh, that's gone because
the
this-
Oakland Athletics.
this baseball field is 1 inch big.
The
and there
A's
was
are
a
back.
home run.
Oh, okay, now wait a minute.
He bunts it.
That's the first
Homer!
run of the. It's the ninth inning.
Yeah.
That's the first runs of
But
the
I'm
game.
just saying, that's a home run in 0 other ballparks. Whee!
Did you know yesterday?
Well, it was
He
377.
did hit it 105 off the bat.
Yesterday's game 1 at Coors Field was the 3rd game in Rockies franchise history that was 0-0 going into the 10th.
Wow. Baseball.
Wow, wow, wow.
And then some
Well,
fan had
we
to reach
will.
out and steal away.
I
a
just
game-winning
want
home
to
run.
talk to him.
Dude, we were watching
He got escorted out.
the Royals game on Saturday. That comeback was almost awesome.
I know, it felt like
And then what's his
playoffs.
name? Kyle, who just like, I'm gonna go to third. Kyle. Yeah, he screwed up.
That's a very Scott Frost thing for you to say. Oh, that comeback almost happened.
Well, it did.
Salvador Perez.
It was
but then
almost
Kyle screwed it up. He's like, I'm gonna go to third, and then they were like, out, bitch.
How do people keep giving up hits to 107-year-old Sal Perez? I mean, I respect the
Dude,
guy, but my
he
God,
is
old.
hitting right now, man. Woo! And
He's-
he's walking.
Isn't he younger than you?
He
And
is
he
gr-
does seem so
no, he
old.
he
Is
is
he slightly older than
I
you?
believe he's slightly older.
Charlie
Pepper
Blackmon
doesn't
is
seem that
37.
old, and yet Salvi Perez is out there, and we're like, wow,
I
this-
would look a lot worse than Salvador Perez if they tried to put me in a major league game right now. That
Yeah.
would not be good.
that would be funny though.
But he's walking more. Oh,
Salvi.
Vinny Pasquantino barrels up every ball he sees, and yet he is one of the most unlucky players in baseball at the moment. But he's still is
Something
up there.
tells me he
Baseball,
probably,
John.
He probably is like. He sounds like a head maitre d at like a Italian restaurant.
Nice.
You were
Oh,
all
yeah.
yellow.
He's a Jets fan.
Oh,
He is.
Wow, he
He
is
is.
from New York.
Nobody wants to
Yep.
be a Jets fan.
Yeah,
Vinny
but at least they
Pasquantino.
they actually unloaded him twice.
Nice.
All right, well,
Good to see you,
Okay.
Happer.
Say your final goodbyes to Nick before he is murdered.
Nick.
Oh my gosh, a
Happer.
protest has started.
Yeah.
Oh no, they're standing up and standing by.
Mm-hmm. They're waiting for you.
What are you going to do with your fidget spinners? Are you going to give them to somebody?
Fidget spinner.
Oh,
I don't-
fidget spinners.
I use my baseball as my fidget thing.
Oh,
I
okay.
fidget with my baseball.
Yeah.
That's why I have the baseball.
Well, I'm just saying, are they going to be in your will somewhere?
My baseball?
Oh, your
No,
fidget
fidget
spinners.
I have a fidget spinner that I haven't used in years.
Who are you going to will the fidget spinner
You can
to?
have it, Happer.
Why is
Thank
this-
you.
Yes.
I'll give it to Cool John.
Thank you. And I'll give it to my kid.
Oh, wow.
I think it's buried in my desk somewhere, so good luck.
Okay.
We'll find it.
We'll get it.
We'll find it. We just hope we don't find your body parts there with it.
In my
Oh
desk?
my gosh, it's his thumb.
Well,
You never know what they
telling
do.
you, those Swifties take no prisoners.
They're
Indeed.
crazy.
Indeed.
The program on a Monday, 1620 The Zone.
You get a lot of junk in your inbox. This one, not junk at all. 1620 The Email. Exclusive content, contests, other stuff probably. Subscribe today at 1620thezone.com. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
A wind advisory remains in place for much of eastern Nebraska and western Iowa until 4 o'clock today. Gusts up to 40 to 50 miles an hour are possible. High of 78 this afternoon, with a slight chance for a shower late this afternoon and evening. Mostly cloudy tonight with a 30% chance for a straight thunder shower.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
Watching a ball game at Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill is pretty awesome. Oscar's offers the MLB package, so your team is always on their upgraded audio-video system, and nothing is better than watching the game with a cold frosty one, Oscar's Pizza, or award-winning char-buffed wings. And with daily lunch and dinner specials, it's really a no-brainer. So get ready to watch your favorite team play ball at Oscar's Pizza and Sports Grill, 173rd and West Center Road, and takeout at 162nd and Maple.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Since 1972, family-owned and locally roasted Host Coffee Service has been roasting the finest coffee for businesses and restaurants. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Family Talk with Straight Talk.
You give and you give. It's time to get with Straight Talk Wireless. You get a reliable 5G network and unlimited data, and you get to choose who joins your family plan starting as low as $25 a line. Does it have to be family? It can be family or people you like.
Get more lines and more savings. Switch to Straight Talk for family plan starting as low as $25 a line per month for 4 lines. Find us at Walmart and straighttalk.com. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com. Family plan discount with 4 lines, all on the Silver Unlimited plan. Taxes and fees apply.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor, and Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now, get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. RAMP.com/sports.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members of FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
Guys, let's have a conversation. Let's say you've been losing interest in your spouse. You got low libido. You can't focus on things. And you're wondering, what is going on? It may be low testosterone. Mentality is here for you. With their FDA-approved testosterone treatment, their board-certified physicians who work with most insurance companies, they can diagnose the symptoms of low testosterone and take care of it. Schedule an appointment today. Go to the website, lowtusa.com. Take back your life, man. Mentality, lowtusa.com.
This edition of Unsportsmanlike Conduct on 1620 The Zone is proudly presented by Union Bank and Trust. The program starts now.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Whoever our next producer is, I hope they have a one-syllable nickname. Otherwise, they won't fit very well in the song.
Oh, yeah. Well, what about Ben?
Well, that would... No.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
You guys wouldn't try to find my killers, my
And
assailants?
Ben. No, we got a show to do, Nick.
Wow.
Yeah, no days off.
Busy.
Yeah, we're busy.
Listen, we know who the real killer is going to be. It's going to be someone who's a Taylor Swift fan. That narrows it down quite a bit.
No, it really doesn't. There's
really
too many of
doesn't.
those in America these days, John. There's too many of them.
Oh,
Yeah, we'll find out the real,
Says
Reagan
Nick.
Josh.
the
Says
real
Nick.
fan. The
All right.
real fan.
Mm.
Welcome to the Grum. Welcome to a new week. Good to have you with us. It is the final full week of April. Even though, oh my God, the other night it did not feel like it. I have never shivered so hard in my life.
When? What?
Really?
Well, it was
We had
Sam's.
a negative 20-degree day earlier this year.
Well, yeah, but I also wasn't sitting outside in it for 3 hours.
Fair. So what happened?
Because my son's birthday was on Friday and we went to the races on
Ah.
Saturday.
For his birthday, did you get him an apartment?
I did not.
Wow.
How about a nice
Um,
gift?
My parents would have kicked me out a long time ago.
And we sat outside and, I was smart, man. I had a hoodie and I had a coat
Yeah.
and I took gloves. I thought I was well prepared.
But not.
Don't forget to bring your towel.
But man, we got back into the car and before the heat really kicked in, I was like one of those deals where it's like everything's shivering and you're like, this is very uncomfortable.
Interesting.
It was chilly,
Interesting. So
very chilly.
I try to explain science
Mhm.
and running a marathon and
Mhm.
how 65 can feel one way to one person, but if you're running for 3 hours, it can be really,
What the
really
hell does
warm.
this have to do with running?
Wasn't it like 30 degrees? And you're saying this was the shiveriest you've ever been?
Again,
Interesting.
I wasn't sitting outside. I wasn't sitting outside in 30-degree below weather.
But it was only 30 degrees, and you said, "Brr,
Yes.
my teeth are chattering."
No, my teeth were not chattering.
I'm Weenie John.
Yeah, exactly.
It was very cold. I was very cold.
Yeah.
Very, very cold.
I don't think I realized how cold it was going to get because I went out, I took Banks out, and I had shorts on it. I was like, oh, hello.
Yeah.
Thank God I have a hoodie on right now. Otherwise, I'd be miserable.
It was crazy.
Uh-huh.
Well, welcome to the Grum, brought to you by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Card. The second spring scrimmage, hype monster of the day.
Oh, yeah.
I have no idea where we're going to go with this.
Who's getting hyped? No one's talking about anybody these days.
I don't know about that.
Mm-hmm.
Who are college football's mega blue bloods?
Oh, that's
now we
topic.
have blue bloods, we have new bloods, we have the mega blue bloods.
I don't like that. We can just call them blue bloods. You don't need to add mega. It's like the
Yeah,
mega
but
wild
when
card
you-
weekend.
When you add mega to things, it just
I
sounds
thought you
cool.
hate super wild card weekend, but
Well,
mega's
I do.
okay.
Mega's always cool.
So can we
mega greater than
Old bloods.
super.
So what if we started calling the wild card weekend mega wild card weekend?
I might like it more.
What if we called them mudbloods?
Don't do that, Nick. Let's put a pin in that, John, and do that next January.
Okay.
Peen in it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Perfect.
Jack Mitchell will be along. He's the manager of a crappy softball team.
He's
I'm
in the
telling you,
green room
man,
right
if they don't get this point, for me, I'm gonna be really pissed.
I told
viscerally pissed.
I told our boss that he should let Jack pinch hit for him because maybe Jack can hit the ball.
No, he definitely can't. Yeah.
Not a damn one of them can hit as long as they get 4 hits. That's all
right.
I
That's
need.
our own boss is on this monstrosity of a team.
I know.
To be fair, he did hit the ball. It went about 3 feet.
That's true.
That's wild.
That's true.
That's wild.
Mitch Sherman of the Athletic will be along
Nice.
as we ramp up to the spring game.
Woo! Oh, I'm happy to not watch it this weekend. Let's go.
Third year in a row, you'll be out of state.
Yes.
Can the Huskers have it all?
Have it all.
Have it
My
all.
empire of dirt.
Have it your way.
In the words of the song, not written by Taylor Swift, and yes,
UNO.
UNO.
Da-da-da.
But why is the N capitalized and highlighted in red?
Great point, John.
We'll find out.
I can't wait to learn.
It's good to see that petty grievances still rule the day.
Now, who are you going to go after this time?
You'll find
Christine
Is it
Brennan again?
One of the Taylor
Oh,
Swift diss
Dennis
tracks.
Dodd again?
I mean, they all were
Michael
wrong.
Wilbon
They
again?
all were wrong.
I do like reminding you of when you're wrong, so I guess I can't hate on this.
Is MJ still the GOAT?
Oh, good Lord.
He's a human person.
Did Skip Bayless write this question?
No, the Athletic did.
All right.
And speaking of basketball, the Milwaukee Bucks telling the world that nobody cares about the NBA regular season.
Oh, we care. Not me.
By the way, did anyone watch any playoff basketball this week?
I did. Yeah.
No.
I did not.
Oh, well, you hate basketball.
I saw
and you
one-
hate the NBA.
I saw
watched volleyball
one
and
period
baseball.
of a hockey game.
What were you doing this week?
A lot of yard work.
Yo,
And then I
classic.
watched baseball.
Nice.
And then I watched NASCAR. And then I watched the movie club selection.
Oh, wait, you already
Early.
got it done.
Mm-hmm.
You like it?
It was a very busy week coming up. Very busy
Busy.
couple of weeks.
Oh, that's right. We do have baseball games that we'll be at the next couple
Yes,
of
this
days.
is the last day that we'll be all be in
Oh my
studio
gosh,
together.
that's a great
this
point,
week.
John, because on Thursday, we'll be at Oscars at 173rd and West Center.
Mhm.
The Happer Show will be there too. We'll have a round table at noon. You can join us there.
The next week, Josh is
And
gone.
then I'm gone.
And then I'm gone after that.
Oh my gosh. So
Yeah.
enjoy this.
Yeah.
Cherish this.
You're going to miss this.
No, wait, what does he say at the end of Saving Private Ryan? Earn this. Spoiler alert. You ever seen Saving Private Ryan?
Yeah.
Okay. Earn this. Well,
That
earn-
means that funny noise coming from the refrigerator is going to really sound weird. And
I haven't heard this. During the break, I'm going to go over to the fridge and see what you guys are
Maybe
talking
the
about.
Swifties rigged the fridge to blow up because
Oh
of me.
my gosh.
Okay, now we shouldn't be punished for your words.
I mean, to be fair, the fridge is closer to Nick, so hopefully we'll be okay.
You might just get
but-
some shrapnel.
You know what? We may need to put the plexiglass back up
Bring it back.
to save us
Yeah. COVID, help us.
from
Your
the
only hope.
refrigerator
I think they got
shrapnel.
rid of it during garbage day.
Oh, that's a bummer.
402-951-1620. That's the 42 degrees, the source hotline. Buy your mom's house. Check. The Equitable Bull Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at
Good harmony.
1620thezone.com. Or if you want to send your Swifties hate mail,
Yes.
Nick at 1620thezone.com. Brought
That's
to you
me.
by Equitable Bank.
Personally.
At Equitable, we take banking personally and answer the phone on the first ring. Check.
John writes, how much hotter do you feel when you run with a beard? Great question. Not that much hotter.
Oh, so you don't want to shave it again to save an extra tenth of a second?
No.
That's a long time, Josh.
No, I look like a goober. I've learned that without, I look like a goober regardless, but
think about how much time you could save if you
Yeah.
saved 1/10 of a second every mile.
that would be 2.6 seconds.
There you go.
That's a lot of seconds.
That is a lot of seconds.
It's like
for
a fifth-
everybody.
Fifth of a Patino. Scott writes on the YouTube chat, which is unsponsored, but says, just parlayed Jack Mitchell softball experience plus 27.5 run line and under 2.5 runs scored at plus 300 odds.
Wow, he got some alternate odds.
Yeah, indeed. Those are the odds boost on FanDuel.
The odds boost.
Man, thank you, FanDuel, for the odds boost.
Let's just call it the Grum book.
And you can tweet at us at USC 1620. That is the J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed. The A's have beaten the Yankees.
Tough luck for New York.
The A's are actually not terrible.
Is this 2001?
I don't know.
They tied Cleveland on Saturday night for a little bit.
They tied them?
Like the second inning.
Okay.
They were keeping up with Cleveland.
I love Nick
for
throwing
2
himself
innings.
into sports, but that is wild.
Yeah.
It was a tie game in the second inning,
Yep.
says Nick.
And then it wasn't.
It was also a tie game in the first inning.
Are we talking about that today? Do we have audio?
I do not have audio.
We
well,
need to
because
edit it if we do.
we would have to.
I can find audio. I watched
But
it
the
live.
fact that Aaron Boone judges the outfielder,
Yeah,
Boone is the manager of the Yankees.
He hit
got
the home
thrown
run.
out. He got thrown out.
Yeah.
This might be some good advice for our next guest.
Oh.
Have someone else yell something and you get thrown out because of it. Because a fan yelled at the umpire and the umpire ejected Aaron Boone instead.
Yeah.
Because the umpire is soft.
Amazing.
At least
And they had the camera on him. I didn't say
They did.
anything. We could see him. He didn't say anything.
No,
He's like,
he
I
did
don't
not.
care.
Yeah. I don't care. That's what the ump said.
So all of that and more coming up, including, oh my goodness, that hype monster is a hungry beast. And it is going to get fed.
Nice.
On 1620 The Zone, where registered donors can someday save up to 8 lives through the generous gift of organ donation. That's right. One healthy donor has the possibility of saving up to 8 lives because of donated hearts, lungs, livers, kidneys, pancreas, and more. Plus, donors can save hundreds of more from the pain of having to go through skin grafts, bone grafts, restoring sight because of donated corneas. That's right. Organ and tissue donation is one of the best gifts anyone can give. And the best part is it does not cost you or your family a thing. You change so many lives, and traditional funeral practices are still possible following donation. So if you have not already got that donor box checked on the back of your driving, hunting, or fishing license, please consider a visit to goodguysavelives.com, where you can find out more about being a registered organ and tissue donor. It does not matter how old you are or what your health condition is. Anyone can register. Registering so easy at goodguysavelives.com.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
I have never seen this before. Hi, John with Saul's Jewelry and Loan. The price of gold is the highest it's ever been. Now is the time to get the best price on your broken jewelry, chains, and diamond jewelry. Saul's has been around a while, and trust us, now's the time. Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you.
Aw, thanks.
Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. to H 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
Why is there so much pride at Wisner Pilger Elementary School in Wisner, Nebraska?
Our school was one of only 65 schools across the nation that was recognized for exceptional student performance and academic growth. Every day, our students, teachers, support staff, and parents step up to the challenge to make learning exceptional for every one of our kids.
It's something that makes our Wisner Pilger community very proud.
Tell us why you're public school proud at publicschoolproudnebraska.org.
How many oysters can you down? 12, 24, 36? Test your limit at Shucks Fish House on Wednesday and Thursday during Oyster Fest. You can get 36 oysters for only $24. Bring a friend and your appetite. Find out more at shucksfishhouse.com.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to speak?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 10 minutes a day.
10 minutes isn't long.
Nope, and they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make languages fun and engaging. You might even forget you're learning. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. Babbel teaches language skills you'll actually use, about travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you having real conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are voiced by real native speakers, you'll get pronunciation just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
Get Babbel. It starts here. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Put your coffee department in good hands with Host Coffee Service, providing direct delivery and loaned coffee equipment with service programs. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Spring is sprung, and you know what? You need to look good. You need to get your fit looking like rad. And Lindley Clothing and Well Suited can take care of you because you got prom, you got graduation, you got weddings, and you need to look your best. And you can look your best right now. Why rent a suit? Buy a suit. And you know what? You can get a suit for as little as $199 at Lindley Clothing and Well Suited in the Linden Market, 132nd and West Dodge. Take care of yourself now. Why rent when you can buy this season at Lindley Clothing and Well Suited?
Let's go on a fishing trip you will be talking about for years. The best walleye fishing trip ever. Join me, Crash Davis. We're going to travel to the walleye capital of the world, September 15th through the 19th aboard a deluxe motor coach. Travel with me to Ballard's Resort on Lake of the Woods. Pricing includes round-trip motor coach transportation, 4 nights lodging, 3 days of fully guided walleye fishing, and all of our meals. Go fishing with me, Crash. Your best trip ever. Sign up at ballardsresort.com. ballardsresort.com. And set the hook.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/radio. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at HIMS, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/radio and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free. With zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
You wearing ratty jackets from Stephen Barry's. Praying one day Big Red will win the NIT. Ham is the water of meats. Ham the water of meats. Ham is the water of meats. Someone needs a baby.
Well, here we go. Another visit with
the
worst softball manager to ever hit the face of God's green earth. The only manager. Remember, who was it? It was the new Astros manager. His first win came when his team threw a no-hitter. Remember that, beginning of the season? The sad first game ever was no-hit and slow pitch.
I don't know why
you owe me. You owe me tonight. You better get 4 hits. I need 4 hits. That's all I need.
I don't know why we haven't learned the lesson. I mean, I think of Bill Callahan taking it to Western Illinois in his first game and
Right.
thinking perfect hire. Things are great, right? Scott Frost having a positive game against Colorado, even though there was a loss. Adrian Martinez doesn't get hurt. He gets a win. Nebraska's headed probably to a conference title in year 2.
Where are
of
you
Scott
going
Frost.
with this? Are you comparing yourself to Bill Callahan and Scott Frost?
I am but the point is obvious, John. I'm surprised you haven't got it. You don't judge a coach by his first game. That's the point.
I've never heard of a team getting no hit and slow pitch softball before. I mean, this is
many people have mentioned that it's happened, and again,
yes, many people have mentioned. They're all people who watch.
No, many people have said they've been in a similar situation, and now I don't know that this is even a slow pitch. I don't know that this is even a no hitter. This was a game. This was not an official 7-inning game. This was a 3-inning game. It did not.
That makes it even worse because you didn't give yourself enough time to get a hit because you gave up 30.
It was ended prematurely. So,
yes, because of your incompetence.
They had a mercy rule game, I think, Nebraska against Maryland on Sunday. Had Nebraska not given up a hit in that game through 7 innings, that would not have been, it would not have been referred to as a true no-hitter. We all would have put an asterisk by it.
Travis writes, much like his softball team, Jack with a big swing and a miss with that analogy.
Yeah.
Somebody asked, Andrew said, is Jack the Scott Frost of softball managers? Jack, I don't think he meant that in the good way. I think he meant in the bad way.
I was just trying to make something we could relate to where we overreacted to a first game by a coach. There are millions of them across sports. You guys can pick your favorite. I thought people would want to hear about Nebraska coaches. So you swing and a miss. Oh God, your commenters are so annoying. Jeez.
So annoying.
So annoying.
Yeah.
It's so right.
Yeah. Hard to argue.
What was confusing about that? Swing and a
Tina
miss.
says doesn't sound like his team is puking enough.
Ooh.
Do you need more puke?
Maybe.
Were they wearing hoodies?
Listen, couple of mitigating factors that we need to be aware of here. Okay, number one, probably 3/4. There are probably 4 people on this team that I have ever seen play softball before. The rest of them, I'm going blind into what I'm getting with these guys.
Already throwing a team under the bus.
Hold on.
Scott
As the
Frost-like.
general manager and namesake of this team, that's kind of falls upon the guy who's doing the scouting.
I mean, everybody's got a time when they haven't yet seen the guy. There's not film available, John. There's no huddle available.
It's 2024. How is there not film?
They don't have a huddle page. I can't look up softballreference.com and pull up their stats. Okay.
I want to see what Bigelow's doing. I need to see his scouting report.
I mean, he's 0 for 1 with a strikeout, but nonetheless, everyone's 0 for 1. Well, they're all 0 for 1 or 0 for 0.
Strikeout.
But so is my own. Hold on. Not to throw him. I don't mean to just throw him under the bus. My own son is 0 for 1 with a strikeout, too. So there you go. Equal opportunity. I didn't know my team. I didn't know where their strengths were, where their weaknesses were. I got to learn, right? This is kind of like the preseason for me in some ways.
Man,
so that's number one. That's mitigating factor number one. Mitigating factor number 2 is there's a chance we played the best softball team in all of Lincoln last night.
Interesting.
On Monday night, not last night. Last Monday.
I hope these
there's
guys get one ruled by 30.
What exactly is going on inside the walls of Lincoln Industries?
Are you implying steroid use?
I think they're building Terminators. No, I don't. Not steroid. No, robots is what I'm implying.
Well, they'd be androids, I think.
Okay, whatever. whatever. I don't know. I mean,
a swing and a miss.
I don't know that there was human blood pumping through their body. I'm not for sure aware of that. So, there's just a lot out there that people don't, I know they want to jump into the narratives, and they got most of the hosts on your radio station that's feeding the misinformation train, right? It's an echo chamber for everyone out there to hear what they want to hear, right? You got your
the echo chamber.
Hey, I'm the one that took the over. So don't count me
John's
in this.
on your side.
I took the over, man.
Why did you do that exactly, John? Do you believe
great
in me?
question.
That is a great question. Maybe because I thought, there's a chance that one of you bums could actually get a couple of hits, and maybe another one of you bums could get a couple more hits.
That's what you're
I just
asking
need
for.
4. I just need 4 hits in slow pitch softball.
Doesn't seem like you're asking for that much.
I'm not asking for anything. It feels like I'm asking for too little.
Jack, how can we follow along live? Like, can I watch this tonight? Can I sit there on my couch eating popcorn, watching the softball on my computer?
Not the video of it, no, unless somebody wants to record it and do it live. But no,
Jack,
you can
put
watch
it on your StreamYard, on your YouTube StreamYard account.
Well, okay. First of all, you can follow the live stats. Okay, there's a link that is posted with the.
I'd
with
find
the
myself
lineup
continuing hitting the refresh button. Go, how come there still is 0 in the hit column? Why is this? This obviously isn't turned on.
As of now, we don't have anybody who's volunteered to do full video or audio for the game.
Sad.
Audio.
I don't know. Maybe
Audio.
that'll happen down the road.
Audio.
John Sterling needs a job. Maybe he'll come and call you.
Oh, there you go.
Let me
That'd
do
be a good
play-by-play,
get.
Jack.
Nick has been wanting to do baseball play-by-play for the last couple of years. Maybe this is finally his moment to shine.
Go for it, Nick. Go get, all you got to
hell
do is come down there, start a Twitter Spaces, and bring a headset
This
mic.
would be
and,
amazing.
Twitter
content.
Nick, you get a chance to work on your strikeout call. That's for sure.
Steve Reich.
if that's all anybody would have to do to call a game, I think. Open up Twitter Spaces or
If you get
Twitter Space and do
signatures
it.
of the teams involved, like, do they have to allow themselves to be disseminated for private use of this audience? Like,
like the Major League Baseball
yeah.
disclaimer.
There'd be a lot of people wanting to watch this.
No, there's
Like,
not.
don't do it
No,
on Twitter Spaces. Do it on YouTube.
Yeah,
like
no,
a normal
I wouldn't do it
person.
on Twitter Spaces.
Yeah, why
I don't
did
know
Jack
Jack
think
said that.
Twitter Spaces?
What's wrong with you?
Yeah, what year is it, Jack?
Oh, okay.
Didn't realize Jack was Elon
Calm down. You can
That's
bring
all
that
right.
down. Wait.
Hold the
Josh can bring that take down about 1 billion notches because you guys all do your show live on Twitter as well.
Not
And
on
so
Twitter Spaces.
it's the same thing. It's the same thing. It broadcasts it live. I thought he was just going to do audio, not video. So you want to do you just want to do just audio on YouTube and broadcast it?
What are you
Well,
talking
that's a
about?
terrible idea, Josh.
The video, Jack. The video on
He has to
StreamYard.
do. We were doing radio. Get in the conversation. Oh my!
You're
OMG.
the one who. You're the
You're
one who.
getting no hit by me right now, Josh.
Nick, were you
oh my
talking about
gosh.
audio or video to Jack?
Video.
There you go, Jack. Thank you, Nick.
He sounded like he meant audio. I didn't know he wanted to do video.
wow.
Then
Speaking
just
of
do
audio,
it. Whatever. Then go on
MySpace,
YouTube
the
Live.
official home of Jack Mitchell softball.
Whatever. Go on YouTube Live, but broadcast it on Twitter.
You could record yourself saying, and that's another strikeout, and play that on repeat.
That's fair. Jack, your lineups look very nice, except I do have
they?
a question.
Tight money line splits.
Why did
I
you
feel
include
attacked
the
in this
artist and
interview.
band instead of the name of the song for the walk-up songs?
What was that, Nick?
Because I didn't have room on the
For the
graphic.
walk-up For the walk-up music, he didn't include the name of the song they were walking up to, just the artist or band that sings the walk-up song.
That's a solid critique, I think.
Like Biz Markie, of course we know what the Biz Markie song is going to be, but
I don't know what it is.
But Glass
Does
Animals
Biz Markie have a song about I dribbled out to the catcher?
Can I answer the question? Because there wasn't enough space on the graphic. That's the answer.
Well,
That's
just do
the
name
answer.
of the song.
What?
Do the name of the song. Just do the name of the song.
I thought people would be more interested. The name of the song, they might not know what the song is. Then there's a better chance that they're going to know the artist. So,
John, do you know Glass Animals?
No.
Do you know Biz Markie?
I've heard of Biz Markie.
oh god,
Okay.
this is the worst exercise with John ever. What? Oh god.
Well, you said people would know.
Nate says that we should do a 15-minute segment on Tuesdays with Jack to talk about the game from the previous night.
Should.
So is
I
Jack
get
gonna be
it.
a
Hold on.
regular guest 2 days in a row now?
Do you know who I have a new respect for right now? Bo Pelini. Bo Pelini. For the first time, I've been a critic all my life, And
well,
you know,
then Sean Eichholz needs to come and fire your ass.
I owe Bo an apology because I understand everything now. I am tired of getting attacked. Let's get somebody in here who's going to ask a good question.
Well, here's one thing you and Bo won't have in common. You ain't getting close to 9 wins. And in about 5 weeks, you'll blow right past the 4 losses. So, all right.
We'll see. Listen, again, all of those things I said very well may have been, and I think they were true. That mitigated that first loss of the year. Oh, the other thing is we had a few people who were playing their first slow pitch softball game ever. I think that also factored in. So, we're going to get better.
This is some real bad GM work. I mean, are you bucking for a job with the Chicago Bears? I mean, how is this happening?
It was a volunteer basis to start. We'll see. I took the players who wanted to play, and I'm going to mold them. And it's not just on the field.
People in acts of desperation took to all volunteerism.
It's not just on the field, it's off the fields. I want these guys, to learn how to be men, be pillars of their community. That's what it's about for me. You guys can talk about wins and losses, but to me, and you don't know what's happening inside that clubhouse. Yeah, you don't know what's happening inside that clubhouse.
Hey, getting out of the car.
If you could have seen their faces in that dugout after the 30-0 loss, you wouldn't have been talking about this like you are now. There was some real pain. Those guys have been hurting this week. And you know what? You're not helping any of it. You're not helping any of it with this constant hack journalism. I said it. Your whole station.
I took the over.
It's 6A to 6B attacks on my guys, and it's not helping them. What's this gonna? You're talking about recruiting. What do you think this is? How am I going to recruit players for next year? With the way that you guys attacked them.
Hey, listen, Dion, the way you recruited players for this year's team, I'm not feeling too confident.
By the way, a couple of comments from Charles making the Bo Pelini comparisons. First of all, how long until Jack says F to the fans? And then he adds,
I get it now.
Do you remember that famous picture of Bo where he was standing there and looked like he peed all over himself?
Oh, no.
Oh, there's a picture, all right. Let's Photoshop Jack's face on it. Do you remember this picture?
No, I don't.
I'll find it for you.
I do remember the game where Bo got carted out at halftime.
Oh,
I hope that doesn't happen tonight.
Yeah, I remember that one.
That wasn't good.
All right,
Jack, next season, just turn this into a banana softball kind of thing. So that way, when you lose this bad, it's funny. It's just banana
You mean it's not funny now?
No, but it might make him feel less bad.
I don't know what's a banana softball.
You don't know
game.
what banana ball is?
No.
Oh, Jack, banana ball is great.
I don't know.
Baseball with trick shots.
There it is.
If anybody wants to screenshot it, there it is. My official.
I'm sorry, Bo.
There it is. I get it now. There you go. I am sorry. All those critiques I had.
I'll take a screenshot of that. That's funny.
All right. Well, speaking of football, happier things. Happy talk this week. A lot of happy talk this week.
Oh, yeah.
The offense making the major push.
Mm-hmm.
Best scrimmage I've ever seen from an offense. Are you allowing yourself to get excited now?
Yeah. I mean, I saw that last pass on that little highlight reel from Dylan Raiola to who was the long pass to Lloyd, I think it was.
Lloyd.
To Lloyd, and I wet myself like Bo Pelini. Yes, I did. Yeah, on the run, that highlight. Yeah, that's what I think that'll do. Yeah, that was pretty good. I think I'll take that on the run, throwing it 50 yards downfield, hitting him in stride. Yeah, that's pretty good. So yeah, I'm hyped up about that one highlight I saw on a video. And then, plus, did you hear what Rule said? He said Harburg is exponentially, this is my word, not his, exponentially better this year as a thrower than last year. How many Heisman quarterbacks do we have on this roster at this point? It's unbelievable.
Yeah, I'll take a wait and see on that one.
He said it. He said it. He's a coach.
I'm not going to buy that one either, John.
The good news is we won't have to worry about seeing it unless it's in a spring game because he won't be starting anyway.
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
Are you off the Danny Kaelin might start bandwagon, Josh? You know what I mean?
No, I was never on that. He was on it. I just,
you asked questions.
We all
about
know.
it.
We all know who's going to start.
I thought we did. Then I listened to your show.
I never intimated it.
You did ask the question.
You
I
legit asked.
I asked the question because
then-
everyone else was talking about it. I'm like, where's this coming from?
Listen, media doesn't like to. What typical media doesn't like the tables turned on them. Not surprised.
Listen, at this point, it sounds like everything's just going to be fine. The tide has turned on the optimism around here. The tide has definitely turned.
To optimistic, right?
Oh, very optimistic.
Yeah.
For sure.
The positive boys are out in full force right now.
I mean,
feel
is it
more optimistic
possible?
already.
Is it possible to win the off-season national championship twice in the same off-season?
Oh, interesting question.
Well,
I never thought of that before.
How many are there? 2 championships within the offseason, like an early one and a late one?
It's like an early signing period and a late signing period.
I mean, Nebraska's been winning off-season national championships for 20 years now.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
never
but
have
this
had a
time-
front-row
But
quarterback,
this year
though.
really feels like they've won it.
Yeah.
I don't know. All the talking heads who have sometimes been negative sound a little negative too. Speaking of the media, I think that's probably the biggest difference right now is you don't have the Josh Petersons of the world talking about what a bad team is coming in here. In fact,
Interesting.
I hear some positivity coming from even the darkest of souls like Josh.
Yeah, John and I famously have been a bit more negative on the program over the last few years. Correctly so, I might add.
Yes.
So what's it say when the negative boys, who more the correct boys,
are
now a bit positive? Should that be a sign of ultimate improvement? Some are asking, some are saying.
That's notable to me. It's notable to me.
But in all seriousness,
yeah.
It is rather interesting to hear how much, more positivity there is out there. And I get it. It's spring football. Let's see it against actual competition. But just having better quarterback play, man, does it make a huge difference.
Yeah.
Or at least the perception of good quarterback play. Let's be fair. But it makes such a tremendous difference in just the general tenor of the conversation. And I think when you look ahead to this season, it's okay. It's okay to feel optimistic.
Yeah.
For once. Real optimism. Not this fake, we're always optimistic because, we're Husker fans. No, real, genuine optimism. That things are turning around and moving for the better.
And you've got, and listen, there's some level of justification for it. Obviously, yes, you bring in Dylan, you've got Matt Rule in year 2. You got Matt Rule continuing to say all the right things all off season long and looking like he's got this thing, under control right now. We'll see if he does during the games. But then you add on to that is that you have got a lot of guys who played, I think, unexpectedly well last year, who are like a lot of guys, especially on the defensive end of the ball, who are coming back with experience, and they were kind of green last year. And so I think you kind of think about it. If there are even, nominal levels of improvement from some of these guys just by virtue of experience, there's just a lot of bodies that have played well and have experience right now on that roster. And that hasn't been the case for a long time. So I don't think it's all Matt Rule, Dylan Raiola hype. I think that might be sort of the more sneaky part of it as well. When you look at the defensive roster, when you look at the offensive line roster, especially.
What do you think, Jack, about the Dylan? I don't know. I mean, I don't want to keep just saying hype because that's such a boring word, but like there was a noticeable shift in the conversation with him over the last 48 hours. Do you think that there was like a bubbling up, or that given that it was a scrimmage and that people were there and were spreading the gospel, that played the biggest part?
Yeah, I think it was. I think it was easier to evaluate because it was a more game-like situation for people who were there, including coaches and including people who were maybe, talking after the fact. And I think it sounds like he had a really good day. It sounds like he had a really, really good day in that kind of a scenario. I haven't been to a practice this year, so I can't tell you what it's like, even the people who get the access to watch the entire thing. But I don't know how game-like it is outside of those couple of practices where you've got the scrimmage. So I'm not sure how much of an opportunity you would have to walk away, to know if a really good pass was truly, a 60-yard touchdown, or if it was just one where they were kind of thought it wasn't, it wasn't totally a full game situation. So I think that's part of it. And then the other part of it, Josh, is obviously, I think under Matt Rule's guidance, they have done everything that they can not to overhype Dylan Raiola so far.
100%.
And I'm sure that's by design. I think every piece of communication that comes out of that place, either out of his mouth or on YouTube or on social media, is all by design. I think there's intent to it. I think that, is one of the things Matt Rule does well. And it's been my impression that they've in every single one of those ways that they've tried to not make this spring about him. And for the most part, they've succeeded to the point that people are asking if Danny Kaelin might be the starting quarterback during radio interviews. So, I think that would be the other reason why it's happened. But at some point, Josh, I think if you have like at that play that was on that video or something like that, where he throws a 50-yard pass to Jalen Lloyd or Banks or somebody right in stride that goes for a touchdown, that is going to turn up the heat on the Dylan hype all summer long. You just wait. All it's going to take is one super sexy play during that spring game, and then all of a sudden, boop, flip is really going to go on in a way that it hasn't yet for Nebraska fans.
Now, I do follow the Lincoln Scanner account, which is similar to the Omaha Scanner account. You find out about, what the police and fire
what's going on in Crime Town.
But I may have tuned out during during the weekend, but I don't recall seeing any alcohol-related arrests at Haymarket Park.
Interesting. Look at adults being adults.
Are we going to look back on these days, these pre-alcohol days, and wonder, why was it ever any different?
Maybe. I mean, is it kind of what it feels like with basketball now? I think to some degree, and maybe people who work security or work in law enforcement would disagree with me, but just from the fan experience of being there, doesn't really feel any different for the most part. I don't think so. Yeah. Well, I mean, John, you remember in Lincoln, I can't remember if this is when you were doing the show with me or after. I think it was after, but do you remember when they had the whole thing in the city council about adding alcohol to movie theaters? Right.
Yes.
and there was all this concern about, all the problems that could bring about. And I was like, you would have to want to get drunk in the most inconvenient, expensive way possible in life.
You have to go to the bathroom during a movie.
All of this. First of all, you're buying a beer for $12. Number 2, you got to walk out and keep missing the movie. Number 3, you got to pee. Number 4, you only got, 2 hours to do it. I mean, the whole time I was saying that, I was like, man, you would really have to try to be it or get there drunk already, I suppose. But yeah.
The only environment where if that comes up, I will hear them out would be for football.
Yes.
Which eventually it's going to happen anyway. So we're all going to have to get used to it. But I understand that because there is already a culture of drinking surrounding the game regardless because of tailgating.
Sure.
And so then you add in a couple more pops during the game, and I understand why that
for sure
goes sideways. But like baseball and basketball and softball and volleyball, they don't have that culture that goes with it.
The amount of drinks consumed per person in that stadium at a football game, what do you think it is prior walking in the door?
Well, if you're in South Stadium, it's like 0.3 because you'll only be able to average like 1 every 3 games.
It's really hard,
or else because you'll miss the other 2.
But what I'm saying is if you did the math
before the game,
how many drinks have people had on average per person walking into the game at football compared to basketball or baseball? I'm going to guess it's
much higher.
Even with 70,000+, it's still much higher.
Yeah, and if that's averaging out everybody, if you just go with the people who are drinking,
Yes,
I would bet at least that of those however many thousand people, we're talking at least 2 drinks, if not more, already, just in terms of a floor. So
yeah,
for
sure.
That's the one sport that I will hear you. I will hear you doing that, but otherwise, no.
I agree.
John just saw one of the memes, I'm guessing. Did you see the January 6th one?
Thanks to Cena Gel on Twitter for
Keena.
Keena. Oh, it's
Keena.
Keena. I didn't know. I'm sorry, Keena. She took your screenshot and blanked out the piece of paper
So we're making memes.
So
Jack.
now people are making memes.
I should have known. That was
Oh,
a bad.
yeah.
Trev Albert should have taught me that was a bad choice.
Yeah, the Jorster has photoshopped. What's that guy's name from January 6th?
The shaman?
The shaman. Yeah, the shaman. You're holding a picture of the shaman.
I should have known.
Uh-huh.
Rookie coaching mistake.
This is great.
What? Another one?
Wow, shocker.
Shocking.
Yeah.
I'm shocked.
Shocking.
Shocking.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 9:15 game tonight.
So late.
Here come the excuses again.
They're
No, this is an
sleepy.
excuse. I'm going to talk about the rant. If there's a win, I don't know. All bets are off. What happens afterwards? All bets are off. You know, I might
Oh,
be.
why?
I might
Are
have.
you expecting the other team to forfeit? Just give me the 4 hits. That's all I ask for. Just give me the 4 hits. Josh wanted to set the line at 0.5.
No, I
yes,
said
you
1.5.
No, you said
That was
are they
runs.
going to get a hit?
That was are they going to score runs?
No, that was hits.
I didn't say a half. I thought that they would get at least a hit. So I said we have to up it a bit more.
But you
It
took the
was
under.
a fluke. There are multiple players on this team who have played on winning softball teams in the past. Like over, I would say 2/3 probably of these players. have done
Kindergarten
that.
class PE does not count.
No, that have played in city rec softball leagues or have played baseball at the high school level. There are a couple of those too. So, which actually turned out to be a disadvantage, we learned when he hadn't faced a pitch under 80 miles an hour. So could have swung twice at that first pitch. Yikes.
Yeah, it's gonna be a late one. I saw our boss during the last commercial break, and I said, "You're gonna be up late tonight," and he just said, "Yep."
Well, not necessarily. I mean,
Not-
how long did it take to play 3 innings?
It took about 45 minutes.
There you
right,
go.
there
So
you
we'll
go.
take that.
Well, their innings took a long time. I do still have the
Yeah, they
scorebook
scored
page.
30 runs.
Yes.
I'm thinking about auctioning off the scorebook page for the other team for charity.
Oh,
you know,
yeah,
like
yeah,
Kent
that's a great
Pavelka. Kent
idea.
Pavelka has his. You could have that scorebook page is available if anybody wants to make a donation. You know,
What is
we'll see.
Why did you set the lineup to be how it is? How come our boss, for example, is hitting second to last in the lineup when he?
Okay, this is where it's hard.
You're asking 400 level questions to a minus 100 level manager.
You know, Mark had an opportunity with the bases loaded and nobody out. Really a turning point in that game, I think. And, you know, he gaps a double at that point, and who knows what we're talking about, a 1-0 team at this point. You know, he hit a grounder that was it was a 3 unassisted put out at home, or excuse me, a 2 unassisted put out at home at that point, which you don't see very often in softball. And so I'm just dropping him down so we can kind of watch the guys in front of him and maybe get a little feel, get a little rhythm going there with things. Also, he's starting at third base tonight, I believe. So we're gonna look for some defensive, maybe get a play on defense, give him some time to do that, and then get the bat going a little bit later. So just trying something new. You got to try something new. You guys,
third baseman, a famously not offensive position. George,
you
Brett,
guys,
you
guys in the media would be giving me a hard time if I trotted out the exact same lineup I think as last week, right? So
yeah.
I'm
giving you a hard time because you're trotting out the exact same players as you do.
My team is my team.
Put me in, Jack.
My team is, as Gene Hackman said in Hoosiers, my team is on the floor. Okay, there's going to be no additions. I've had plenty of people volunteering or explaining to me how to get ringers. I'm not an idiot. I know I'm not adding any other players. This is my team. This is it for this season. There will be no additions to this team. Okay, I am loyal to these guys.
If you don't get to the 4 hits tonight, thus costing me the point in predictions, I think you should ask that Nick be on next week's team.
Oh, can I do the 6th instead? So otherwise, I'll have to leave work early. But
Did you hear a thing I just said? There is no additions to. Geez, there are no additions. I have communicated with Nick. He is going to be considered for future iterations of this team. But and there may be a fall team.
A future iteration. I'm just saying, if you don't get me my point, if you don't justify my faith in you, I think you should put Nick on the team just to see if he could help.
Maybe
My
put me
team is on the
for
floor.
others. Like, wow, that guy got replaced with Nick. I better shape up, otherwise Nick will replace me. And I don't
Exactly.
know that.
Motivation. Big
Yeah, Andrew
motivation.
says so. Jack is out on the transfer portal. Sound like his team could use the help. Yeah, he's the
There's
Dabble Sweeney of softball managers.
Once the
Without the
transfer
title.
portal opens, after my transfer portal does not open during the season. Once
Hmm.
the season ends, then we'll have those discussions. But right now, I just want to focus on the guys who put their heart and soul on the line every Monday night for this team.
By the way, before we let Jack go, another sign shows up that says, "The jury got it right. R.I.P. OJ." Jack, what a wild opinion on your part, but wow. Thank you for the new meme.
Thank you. Thank you, Tina. Stibbs weighing in again from the grave. No wonder they suck. Jack thinks they're playing basketball.
Because of the Hoosiers reference? My team is on the field. You get it. You know what I'm talking about, Stibbs. Shut up. Go look at those stupid Broncos jerseys some more.
Oh, okay. That's a good dig.
That is a good dig.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he's not having a good day either. All right, well, good luck. Just give me my 4 hits. That's all I ask.
If I get you your 4 hits, when are you coming down for a game? You need to come and if we get you your 4 hits, if that's all you want, I need you to be a
What
supporter.
if we did the
here
show
at some
from one of
point.
these things, one of the 6 o'clock games?
Yeah.
The show is done at 6 o'clock.
Yeah, I know, but we just did the show from there, and then we could root
leading
against-
up an extended 4-hour pregame.
I mean, do you want to be assaulted? We'd have to do the show outdoors in Crime
Oh,
Town.
that's a tough look. Yeah, never mind.
Where are these games at? You said Mahoney?
They're at Mahoney. Not the state park for people who don't know. It's a city park in Lincoln.
No, City Park.
City Park in Lincoln. That's where most of the softball games in town are played.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
It's on
go
your
get
way. It's your own. Oh yeah, you take 84th in, John?
Sometimes.
Right. You'll drive right by it then.
There you go, John. You'll drive right by
it when you come in.
If I'm driving by at 9:15 tonight,
Well,
I'm really late.
John,
we'll have a
go to the
7:15 game.
Go to his game tonight. You'll be out by 9:30. Sorry, Jack.
Oh, all right.
Not that bad. My guys, if any of you are listening, JMS 50U JMSE Elite Platinum, fuel yourselves with this. Fuel it. Eject it in your veins tonight. Let it
eject it.
Let it pulse through you if you're Mark Onweiler, did you hear that? Bust through that door right now and punch one of these guys. Come on. Let's go.
That's assault, brother.
That's assault, brother.
He's your boss. That's legal. I'm a lawyer.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Hard to argue.
That's true.
It's well settled law. Duh.
Yeah. All right. Bye, Jack.
See ya.
Bye, Jack.
Jack Mitchell, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow. This is going to be fun to follow all summer long.
He's fired up.
When they're 0-12, I wonder if he'll still be that fiery.
How many games are they playing?
It's quite a few.
162?
No.
It
It goes until like
8 to
August.
10 weeks. Oh, is it that long?
I thought so. Maybe July. I don't know. I saw the schedule. I had the schedule. It was shared to me. Inside info.
Well, they'll take Memorial Day week off, probably.
Yes.
to honor all of the dead softball players that Jack has accumulated.
Got to lick a lot of wounds.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Mitch Sherman's still to come, and we will hear a little bit of what Matt Rule had to say because the hype monster, she is little Randy.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Savage.
Oh, Randy.
Yeah.
1620 the zone.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley.
I am so glad that the Easter Bunny is like bored and no kids are coming to see him because I think there is no good-looking Easter Bunny costume.
You're right.
This is my yearly TED Talk. The Easter Bunny costume is the most hideous costume around a holiday that is out there.
It's true.
And so, good on America that has stood up against throwing your kids on a stranger's lap that is wearing a hideous bunny costume. We can do better. We are doing better. Okay, thank you for stopping by.
Mornings with Sharp and Handley. Weekdays 6 to 10 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV Newswatch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
A wind advisory remains in place for much of eastern Nebraska and western Iowa until 4 o'clock today. Gusts up to 40 to 50 miles an hour are possible. High of 78 this afternoon with a slight chance for a shower late this afternoon and evening. Mostly cloudy tonight with a 30% chance for a straight thunder shower.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
How powerful is Cox Fiber?
powerful enough to let your band members in Vegas, Phoenix, and Omaha jam like you're all in the same garage. Introducing Cox Fiber from the company with the fastest download speeds 8 years in a row. It's internet built for tomorrow, today. Cox, always building better. Limited availability in select areas. Speeds vary and are not guaranteed. Cox terms and other restrictions may apply. Analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence in Las Vegas, Omaha, Phoenix. Fixed median download speeds Q2 2016 to Q3 2023.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
The most wonderful time of the year is upon us again. No, not Christmas. Oyster Fest at Shuck's Fish House. This Wednesday and Thursday, get $8 a dozen East Point oysters, plus many other specials. All 3 locations. Find out more at shucksfishhouse.com.
Hey, baseball fans, join the Blur Tailgate at Hilton, Omaha this June for our 12th annual hospitality event during the College Baseball Championship Series. Book an experience for your clients or employees with an inclusive bar, buffet, TVs, music, and tailgate games. Secure your spot today and let Blur Events take care of all the work so you can enjoy the day. Plus, we're just steps away from Charles Schwab Field. Visit blurevents.com to book your group, buy tickets, or learn about sponsorships. That's blurevents.com, your college baseball and football tailgate destination.
Spring has arrived, and Lenaha has everything you need to revitalize your landscape. The best shrubs, perennials, and freshly dug trees, all grown right here in Nebraska. Lenaha Nurseries, your homegrown headquarters since 1974.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/radio. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/radio and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
Guys, let's have a conversation. Let's say you've been losing interest in your spouse. You got low libido. You can't focus on things. And you're wondering, what is going on? It may be low testosterone. Mentality is here for you. With their FDA-approved testosterone treatment, their board-certified physicians who work with most insurance companies, they can diagnose the symptoms of low testosterone and take care of it. Schedule an appointment today. Go to the website, lowtusa.com. Take back your life, man. Mentality, lowtusa.com.
Unsportsmanlike Conduct with John Bishop and Josh Peters.
Sportsman Vibe Conduct on 1620 The Vibe.
On 1620 The Zone.
Hey, John.
Yes.
Did you know what Friday is?
It's the day after Thursday.
Yeah, I'll be gone. That's not what this is about, though. This is about this week's Zone Deal, Nick.
Oh, tell me more.
To Churco.
Churco?
Which is located 192nd and Q. Ever-evolving menu. Dynamic, fine dining experience. And how about this, John? On Friday morning at 9, you can get two $25 vouchers, which if you add those together, 2 times 25, or I guess you add them as 25 plus 25, it's $50. The point of this story is it's $50 in value, but it's just $25. Goes on sale Friday morning at 9. 1620thezone.com.
Nice.
Yeah, pretty cool.
Very nice.
Pretty cool.
Thank you, Churco.
Thank you, Churco.
Thank you indeed. The baseball over the weekend.
Was it pretty cool?
Well, it was for Nebraska.
Didn't I pick a push for those two teams combined on the wins and the under hit? Because of Creighton. I thought the under would have hit because of Nebraska.
Yeah.
And instead, Creighton let me down.
They did.
They let me down.
Like the Boo Jays.
The Boo Jays. They're not saying blue. They're saying boo.
Yeah, lost 2 out of 3 at Villanova.
Yuck.
While Nebraska won 2 out of 3 against Maryland over the weekend.
Yeah,
which keeps them in the thick of the conference race. And now all of a sudden, Creighton, who's got this really nice 28-9 record, is on the outside looking in.
Not great.
For the conference tournament. Because remember, in the Big East, only 4 teams go
Yeah, we always make fun of the Big Ten for not liking baseball. The Big East hates baseball.
They do.
They really dislike the sport.
But yeah, and the sad part of it is, they lost a game to Butler. They lost 2 games to Villanova, who are behind them in the standings.
Mm-hmm.
They still have to play UConn. They have Georgetown this weekend, who is 8-4, and they're only a half game out of first place. So it is an uphill climb.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, they also have 2 midweek games against the top 20 team. Coastal Carolina's coming to town this week. Tuesday.
We'll be down there
Wednesday.
tomorrow and Wednesday.
Tomorrow and Wednesday.
Not great.
But no, it wasn't. It wasn't. Even though they came back on Sunday, they were down 5-1 and then rallied and tied the game and then lost it on a walk-off. But Nebraska's back to 8-4 in the league and only 2 games out of first, thanks to the series win over the Terps. And they're still in the top 20 in the RPI.
Wow. So those who are saying press the panic button, you wonder if they feel like big dumb idiots today.
Yeah, probably so. Probably so.
Interesting.
So in the beer era, Nebraska is 667 win percentage.
The beera.
Look at what you did, John.
I just said the beer era.
Just combine words. It makes everything so much faster.
Earlier, John. Nick. Taylor Swift is too immature. Nick, now. Beera.
Well, I'm 26, aren't I?
Oh, I guess that's true. You're not in your 30s yet, Nick.
That's true. All right, so what did Matt Rule have to say? We'll hear that next, and then we will get the reaction and thoughts of Mitch Sherman of The Athletic coming up on 1620 The Zone.
Now live on Twitch, YouTube, and 1620thezone.com.
Hey everyone, Josh and John here for the FanDuel Sportsbook. The road to the NBA Finals starts now. New customers on FanDuel can go on their own playoff run with $150. All you got to do is place a $5 bet and you will get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose, that you can use during the NBA playoffs. New customers, again, just go to FanDuel.com/1620. $150 in bonus bets, win or lose during the NBA playoffs.
And there's so many different options. It's not just about the game. You can do player or team props, first basket score, a whole lot more. And any $5 bet can net you $150 in bonus bets, win or lose that $5 bet. So visit FanDuel.com/1620. Get started with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus in President, Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is novel drawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
When it comes to concrete repair, Everlevel has some serious game. Coach Greg McDermott here to coach you on why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. They've got the fundamentals to fix your cracked and uneven concrete, and their products will give you the best defense against future damage. It's a fraction of the price compared to replacement, and their solutions come with a long-term transferable warranty. Working with Everlevel is a slam dunk. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today for your free inspection.
Hi, this is Doug Nodgard with Equitable Bank. Great service never goes out of style. When the digital age dawned, many said computers would be able to handle many of the interactions that used to take a person. Boy, were they wrong. How many times have you called your bank and gotten a recording to press 1 or 2? Not at Equitable. Not only does Equitable answer your call in the first ring, it's answered by a human being. That's because Equitable Bank values its customers. Equitable Bank, we take banking personally. Member FDIC.
News Talk 1290 Coil is your radio home for Omaha Storm Chasers baseball, proud AAA affiliate of the Kansas City Royals. Tune in to hear every pitch, every hit, and every out as the Chasers play at Warner Park and across the International League in 2024. With the voice of the Omaha Storm Chasers, Nick Batters, on News Talk 1290 Coil.
Tune in to 1290 Coil all season long for your Omaha Storm Chasers baseball as they take on the International League. It's Storm Chasers baseball on 1290 Coil.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Nebraska is the reigning 20-time offseason national champions. Today, Unsportsmanlike Conduct recognizes excellence in spring practice with the hype monster of the day.
By the way, kudos to the Oregon player at Dodger Stadium.
Yeah.
I was watching the Dodgers-Mets game Friday night. And
because you wanted to see Shohei in action.
Hey.
Well, they lost. The Mets won. Oops. But during Shohei's at bat, the Dodger organist was playing.
That song?
Yes, that's the Godzilla theme song.
It is.
The part where
I
after
didn't
it
know
gets
that.
the ominous part, then it does this dun 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 dun, and then
That's what
and
he's playing. Hype monster of the day.
Wait a minute, where have I heard this? Then I realized it's show. Now is that a slightly problematic that you have the Japanese star at the plate and he's playing Godzilla?
It doesn't feel.
I mean, there was a
normal.
local sports announcer who got in trouble for comparing someone to King Kong once.
What if Shohei said, "Yeah, this is cool"?
It's like I love King Kong or Godzilla.
Godzilla, yeah.
I don't know, but either way,
It's a good question.
I got a
John.
good chuckle out of it.
Woke John strikes again.
I'm
Lefty
not
John.
woke, just bringing up points. So who does the hype monster get bestowed upon today? How about the entire offense?
Oh,
yeah. I mean, this was the most dominant day we've had on offense ever. I mean, this is the first time we've ever at practice. I mean, the first time ever. Like, I don't know, might have been 8, 9, 10, 12 touchdowns out there today. So explosive plays, big plays. I think we had one fumble late, with the threes. But I thought the ball was protected. Now, in all fairness, now we're not hitting the quarterback, and I'm letting a lot of plays extend. So we might go back and say, well, that would have been a sack. I don't want to sound the alarm. It's just, the ability to throw and catch the ball, and guys making plays after the catch has been good. We didn't run the ball. We had one long explosive run, but on offense, by far the best day we've ever had since I've been here.
Oh, wow. The last time a coach said this is the best practice ever, we made fun of him. Are we going to do the same thing with Matt Rule?
I don't know. Being able to
I'm not.
catch a ball seems like it's a good thing for football players to do.
Mm-hmm.
Now, remember, there's always two sides to this. Offense
The
does well. That
defense
means
sucks.
exactly.
Oh, they're horrible. They're garbage. Wait a second. So we gave it to the offense.
It was interesting though. There at the end, he talked about he was about to say we weren't elite on running the ball, and he kind of checked up there.
Yeah.
So it's interesting that they had a good day on offense, but they're still outside of one big play in the run game.
It all came through the air.
I guess so.
So interesting. I thought when you set this up that we were going to be awarding the award to Dylan Raiola, and you're going with the whole offense.
Well, he said the whole offense. He says the best offense we had.
I guess that's true. The hype monster for Dylan didn't really come from Matt Rule. It came from all of the folks that leaked out practice reports to people.
I mean, it pretty much happened.
Shout out to those
Pretty
folks.
much happened the moment that Dylan came out of the womb. I
That's
think.
true, but
The
this
hype
week
monster on Dylan.
we'll talk, and we have Mitch Sherman coming up next. But this week was when everything seemed to change, where there was this acknowledgement, at least. I don't even want to say publicly because it's not really publicly.
No.
It's behind the scenes of like, but yeah, it's Dylan. It's Dylan's job. He is going to be the starter, which we all knew, but it was almost like this weekend is when he was kind of crowned.
Was he crowned? If he was not crowned by the head coach.
I want the quarterbacks to feel like they have the race, and all of a sudden I want the other guy to come along and try to challenge him. I think it'll elevate all of us. And then when we know, we know. But I wouldn't anticipate us saying, hey, this guy is the starter like today, because I thought all three quarterbacks went out there today and said, hey, I can be the starter. And that's my challenge to the players is stop. Don't worry about like where you stand at all positions. Don't worry about how much opportunities you're getting. Just worry about what the tape looks like. Do you look like a Big Ten winning quarterback? Do you look like a Big Ten winning left tackle? Do you look like a Big Ten winning D tackle? And if you do, your time will come. So that's a long, very philosophical answer. But I would say it would take a while because I just think there's so many guys doing good things. I want to give them a fair shot.
Well, that and there's a thing called the transfer portal. And at this point, it's better to give people the opportunity and make them feel like there is a chance versus shutting the door right now on April the 22nd when the season doesn't start for 4 more months and change.
Yeah, there's obviously a certain point throughout the offseason before game one where it's probably good to name it now if you can. If you know and everybody knows it's good to when to name it so you can say, all right, time to follow this guy. This early, 422, 24, like, no, this is too early, I think. Or it's just not a necessity. And I think what you said, too, coming in the era of the portal, there's just, look, everyone in practice is also watching practice. They are also seeing who is performing the best. They all have their opinions. They all know who to probably ultimately follow, but you have to play the game.
Well, you still have 3 more practices in the spring, and you have almost 30 practices in the month of August.
Mm-hmm.
There's plenty of time. There's no rush. And even if you already feel like hell, people felt like they know the moment he committed and signed.
I've never at one point
was going to be the guy.
I've never at one point operated since that Sunday or Monday rather when all that stuff started leaking. Like, oh my gosh, he's going to come to Nebraska. I've never one time since then thought that he wouldn't be the starter on day one. The only thing that would have changed my opinion is if he got hurt. It's the only thing. I guess if Kyle McCord would have been here, it would have been a bit more interesting. But even then, I still would have thought, yeah, it's probably going to be Dylan. But certainly right now, I've never pretended otherwise.
Yeah. Now, I know there were folks who were very excited, and I saw many people tweet about it and say, oh, check this out at 26 seconds or whatever. I am refraining from watching any of those videos.
Oh, you haven't watched it?
Nope.
I mean, it's pretty cool.
Oh, I'm sure it's great.
He made 2 good throws in the video.
I'm sure it's great. But remember, it's all carefully edited. And listen, I do wonder if some of this talking up of the offense might be in the event that this Saturday looks very dull and bland and people walk away going, really? That's it?
Yeah, that's fair.
Because you're trying to give the impression that, hey, everyone's doing fine. Because this is going to be the one time that everybody's eyeballs will have the ability to see what is happening.
Mm-hmm.
Remember, the times that have been seen, the only thing we have seen from practice are what the reporters get in those 20 minutes of carefully crafted workouts.
Yes.
And then the carefully crafted social media videos.
Yes.
That are put out. None of it means a damn thing until you're actually fighting against a live opponent who is fighting back.
Who is named UTEP, and then Colorado, and then whoever the third team is.
And I have no doubt, I mean, skilled individual plays, I have no doubt Dylan's capable of that. But it's one thing to do it in a controlled scrimmage. It's another to do it when...
Yeah, the lights are on.
And Matt Rule even said it himself. He said, listen, we have to look back, because I let a lot of plays go. Some plays might have ended up being a sack. Or if they allowed physical contact on the quarterbacks, even if it wasn't a sack, it could have been hit when you're throwing, which affects the travel of the ball. Instead, you're not allowed to touch the quarterbacks. It changes everything.
100%. It totally does.
It changes everything. Well, let's find out what Mitch Sherman had to think about the practices. This is the week of the spring game. And don't forget, we will be at Oscars for the spring roundtable on Thursday.
Yeah, we will.
All of the zone will be there.
Oh, my gosh.
All of the zone will be there, and we'll do a special roundtable during Connor's show. And then our program is sticking around afterwards.
Man, you know what I think of when I think of going to Oscars? I think of planning my meal days in advance. And I've already planned my meal days in advance, John.
You're strange.
I'm so strange, more like excited to be at Oscars with you and my coworkers.
What if the temperature inside of Oscars is above 60 degrees?
It will be.
Is that going to be too hot for you to eat?
Oh, you settle down, John. You settle down.
Schmidt Sherman is coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, as far as wrecks are concerned, nothing major to slow you down this afternoon. We are getting reports of delays if you're east on L Street going from I-80 to 90th. Same goes if you're south on 204th around Q Street. If you're east on Dodge, a slight delay between 680 and 90th. Same goes if you're west on Dodge between 96th and 108th. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by the Nebraska Lottery.
The Nebraska Lottery has raised over $978 million, which has helped provide more than 117,000 college scholarships, save wildlife habitats across the state, and fund new facilities at the Nebraska State Fair. The Nebraska Lottery, helping to build a better Nebraska.
Baseball season is here again, and Tickets for Less has another reason for you to root for the Royals all season long. When Kansas City scores 7 or more runs in a game this season, you can get 7% off your next ticket purchase at ticketsforless.com. Simply use the promo code Royals7 at checkout the day after the Royals score 7 or more runs to redeem your discount. But be sure to act fast. The code will expire at the first pitch of the next scheduled Royals game. Learn more today at ticketsforless.com/Royals.
Alcohol has strained our relationship. Drinking too much can cause harm to friends, family members, and loved ones. By drinking less, we will save our relationship. If you or a loved one is looking for help, find a treatment facility near you at findtreatment.gov. For immediate support, call, text, or chat 988.
Brought to you by Nebraska DHHS in partnership with SAMHSA.
Email us on the Equitable Bank inbox with whatever is on your mind. The Zone Inbox is brought to you by Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. You can get me, Gary, at 1620thezone.com. We want to hear from you on the Equitable Bank Zone Inbox.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to speak?
Too hard. Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 10 minutes a day.
10 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make languages fun and engaging. You might even forget you're learning. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. Babbel teaches language skills you'll actually use, about travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you having real conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are voiced by real native speakers, you'll get pronunciation just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long. And with Babbel, it isn't hard. It's perfect.
Get Babbel. It starts here. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Since 1972, family-owned and locally roasted Host Coffee Service has been roasting the finest coffee for businesses and restaurants. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
Tickets for Less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Clint Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. You know, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch.
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
If you're driving westbound on Dodge, east of or west of us, between 50th and 55th, I think there was just a road rage incident.
There was.
There were 2 cars stopped in the middle of the lane, and then one sped off and the other chased after.
And they kept going back and forth in the lanes.
And then they disappeared. So
yeah, give us an update. Give us a call. Feel free.
Hopefully no innocents are caught up in any of that nonsense, because I've seen too many dumb things happen in road rage incidents.
Indeed.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us on the 42 Degrees of Source hotline. Good afternoon, Mitch.
If you are the object of road rage often, does that mean
that you're just a really bad driver?
Yes. You are the a-hole.
I mean, it can, or you're just very unfortunate that, you know, the over-aggressive person seems to always find you.
Maybe that's true too.
Yeah, it's not me. I'm just asking for a family member.
It could be. It could be.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a very common sense point you're making there. What did you think of Matt Rule's quote that we played here just a little bit ago? The most dominant day on offense. What'd you make of that?
Dominant. That's a interesting choice of words. I took it to mean that he was really happy with the offense, that, you know, it has to start with the quarterbacks. I'm sure he was happy with the offensive line. Without watching the scrimmage, I'll take him at his word. And I would imagine that Tony White's not very happy, but we'll probably hear from happy offensive coordinator and Marcus Satterfield tomorrow morning and hopefully get some more detail about what happened. You know, Rule was enlightening as usual on a variety of subjects on Saturday, but didn't go into much detail on what the quarterbacks, or I guess specifically who among the quarterbacks did what. And, you know, for as hopeful as I am that Satterfield will shed more light, the reality is that he's not going to do that, and likely. And they've made it this far into the spring, 4 weeks out of 5. Tomorrow's practice number 1 of the 5th week. Just 2 practices left, really just 1, and then a show on Saturday. So they're almost through this thing without having to reveal a whole lot, at least publicly, from their mouths about what's going on at the QB position. And I'm pretty certain they're going to ride this thing into the offseason, knowing that it gives them the advantage of keeping everyone motivated.
Yeah, Mitch, I found it interesting that what was to come on Saturday with Rule talking about things, and then, you know, a variety of reports or word getting out about some of the things that happened, in particular with Dylan Raiola and maybe his performance. Like, I was having a conversation with a Husker fan that morning, and they were pointing out, like, it's been very quiet on the Dylan front. A lot of that seems to be purposeful, you know, with him maybe not being included in a whole lot of videos. They're not really talking about him a whole lot. And even players or former players, whatever, that are attending practices, even that has been quiet. And then hours later, suddenly everything exploded. Well, was it just like one of those days in terms of why maybe the discourse around everything flipped so quickly?
Well, I think at some point you can't deny it. And it's not something that is a surprise to us, knowing what we know about all the quarterbacks in camp at Nebraska. He's the most seasoned, well-prepared, physically gifted of the quarterbacks, not the most experienced. And there are other traits that you might give an advantage to another player over Dylan, but the best, the cream is going to rise to the top. And that's not in any way a slanderous statement against Heinrich Harburg or Danny Kalin. I think they've had good springs. I think if given truth serum, Matt Rule and Marcus Satterfield and Glenn Thomas would say that they've been happy with all 3 of them in their progress that they've made. But it's not. We didn't believe going in that it was all that debatable who had the most talent and who was going to win the job. And I think at some point the reality of that just starts to set in with everyone, and you could see it even, you know, Josh, as you referenced, in some of the program directed video that came out. I mean, Dylan was the guy on screen when the camera started, or when the video started from the scrimmage on Saturday, and they showed a few of his plays, and one in particular that had everyone talking. But, you know, I tend not to make too much out of a play that happens in a scrimmage. I always remember an old incident at when Nebraska football started to go in a downward direction, where there was a lot made out of a run that a running back had by an assistant coach, and it just stuck in my mind as symptomatic of some of the issues that were involved in the program, that there was so much hype over a play that happened in a practice that had no bearing at all on any game that counted in Nebraska's record. So I still kind of feel that way. If someone makes a great play in a scrimmage, it's just a great play in a scrimmage. And Dylan certainly did that. on Saturday, based even just on what we saw. But it's I don't think that any one of those plays is going to win him the job. It's more about the consistency and the confidence that the Nebraska coaches have that he can continue to put them in a good position and be the guy overall who puts them in the best position most often. His playmaking and all of that stuff, that's going to be a bonus, and that's going to be something where, as he gets more comfortable and even into his second year is a big part of his game.
I do wonder if part of this, Mitch, both the practice video that was released and the comments made by Matt Rule, was to kind of gird folks for what they may see this weekend, which could be a rather vanilla game. If we remember the last year's spring game, it was very bland. And Matt Rule's even said as much. He expects it to be very vanilla this week. So to maybe guard against what people may actually see when they get a chance to watch the game and the team in the stadium.
Yeah, I don't know how much we're going to be able to see him or anybody pass the ball. I'm sure there'll be passes thrown, but it wouldn't surprise me if, Luke Longvall has the highest pass yardage or at least attempts thrown, passes attempted. And it could just be it could be all split. I mean, you might see 10 to 12 passes for each of the top three quarterbacks. I think that Heinrich Harburg will take the first series with the first offense, and then they'll rotate through. That's just my guess. I mean, if you put Dylan out there with the first group on the opening series, then it's just kind of like an admission that, well, he's the guy, and they've spent a lot of time this spring not wanting to go down that road. So if it's just so abundantly clear, then maybe they will. But I don't think that's the case. Like I said, I think that enough of them have done that. All three of them have done enough to earn the right for this race, at least publicly, to extend into the summer, and that benefits. I think that benefits the team to not just hand it to a true freshman after the end of April. So there's plenty of time for that in August. There'll be twice as many practices in August before the first game as they've had here in March and April. So there's a lot of time left on the practice field before the first game in comparison to what they've already had. But yeah, I don't think it's going to be anything that is revealing at all on Saturday at Memorial Stadium.
So, Mitch, along those lines, you got the gears going, and that was looking at last year's spring game numbers. So Jeff Sims, he had 13 attempts. He completed 9 of them. Richard Torres, remember him? He had 18 attempts through the air. He completed 9 of those passes as well. Harburg went 2 for 9. Chuba went 4 for 9. Does 13, is that like too high of a number you expect then from Dylan and Raiola? And like, is the breakdown going to be something similar where, it's I don't know. I mean, that's 4 scholarship guys, where this time maybe the leading passer is like a walk-on.
Yeah, I think that Raiola, Harburg, Kalen will all probably be in that like 7 to 10, 11, 12 pass range. And that's by design, and then also just by how the plays unfold. There may be some pass plays that are called that don't turn into pass plays because they have to scramble. Who knows? But nobody's going to throw 20 passes, I don't think, and be head and shoulders above the rest. I mean, first, I would expect they're going to be in green jerseys. They've been in green jerseys all spring, so it's hard for me to believe that they're going to take those things off and say, okay, go ahead and hit the quarterbacks on the last day of spring ball. No way. And that contributes to the vanilla nature of the practice, because it's not a real game if you can't hit the quarterbacks, and the way that they call it too. I think, and even more so than last year. Last year, I think Rule felt some obligation because it was his first year, and they were in that mode of just generating excitement about the program. People know it now; they know what to expect from him. Yeah, they still need to generate excitement, but I don't think that's as much his focus in the spring game as it was a year ago. So we didn't necessarily see a lot last year. I think we'll see even less this year.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. On the flip side, the defense, Bly Hill getting some love after practice, and the conversation around him is that if the season started today, it could be a pair of Hills on the corner. Tommy Hill, of course, an incumbent, and Bly Hill, the transfer from St. Francis, at the other side. How much of this is, what he has done, and also maybe to motivate the rest of the guys that, hey, this dude's fresh to the program, hadn't been here more than a couple of months, and he's already beating people out.
Yeah, Hill times 2. Well, that was kind of the hope, I think, when you take a transfer, any transfer, is that they can quickly acclimate and rise into a position where they're contending for a starting spot. They'd like to see that with all 6 of the transfers that Nebraska took in the winter. Not likely that you'll go 6 for 6, but they look to have scored a good one with Bly Hill, and he's got some traits that you just can't manufacture. I mean, he's long arms and long legs and great looking cornerback physically. So, and he has bloodlines, and he's played FCS level, but Division I college football, which is more than you can say for Jeremiah Charles and Mario Buford, some of the others who are in contention for that spot. There's not a lot of experience out there. Quentin Newsome has held down a cornerback spot for most of the last 4 seasons. So whoever it is there is going to be mostly new to Nebraska, because I don't think they want to have Malcolm Hartzog at that spot. He was moved around some last year, and they felt like that wasn't entirely fair to him. And he's undersized in comparison to some of the others. I think that situation could, at that corner spot, could continue like at quarterback, continue into August. And Jeremiah Charles is definitely a guy to watch there. He's a great athlete himself, as we saw in the dunk contest, and he's just been at Nebraska 1 year and has been banged up this spring, so hasn't had a full opportunity to go out and be a competitor with Bly Hill. But if Bly Hill has come this far in 11 or 12 practices, then it may be something that's hard to wrestle away from him. So yeah, I mean, right now, like 12 practices out of 40 done in the off season before they line up against UTEP. I'd project him, because of what they said. They projected him as the starter, but things can change over the next 4 months.
Mitch, how much can you personally learn from a spring game, and how does that compare to like when you were covering this team or this program towards the beginning of your career?
We used to be able to watch the scrimmages, which was nice, like the scrimmages leading up to the spring game. And you could always tell more from the ones that weren't the spring game, because the red-white game is, it's a show for the fans, and now it's on TV. And there have been years where they've tried to incorporate things into it that aren't even football. And I think it'll be football with Matt Rule. That's important to him. And he stressed that last year quite a bit, that they were going to go out and play football. And we haven't heard that line as much this year, but I think we will on Thursday when Rule talks to the media. But it's not all that revealing. As I said earlier, you generally, I think, can get more, even if it's just hearing about the scrimmages earlier in the spring and how they went. And the scrimmages in August are even more vital in some cases than the scrimmages that you have in April. So the important thing to remember is, while it's the one time where fans get into the stadium out of all of the off-season work that Nebraska does, it's just one day. And you put all the practices together in the spring and preseason camp and then the workouts that Nebraska has and the mat drills and everything, like it's one day out of like 100 to 150 days. And I really don't think that any more should well, you're going to make more of it, because we see it, and there's some pressure, some cooked in pressure that they can manufacture. So, in some ways it's important, but as far as like evaluations, winning positions, who's playing well, things of that nature, it really is a very minor piece to the puzzle.
Mitch Sherman joining us from The Athletic. What does your gut tell you right now about what Troy Dannon is going to plan to do with the stadium renovation plans?
Well, my gut tells me he's going to make some amendments, and I don't personally. I think that the stadium is in need of fixing, and there are issues there that Trev Alberts identified that Nebraska has to deal with. And I'm sure Troy Dannon sees that and will see that, but I don't have a great sense of what his plan is going to be. And I'm not sure that he does. He's having these discussions, and I don't think he has to come up with an answer to take to the regents until the next time they meet, which is in June. So he has time to think it through and continue to gauge the situation. A lot of it, of course, comes down to available resources, what kind of money is out there in the donor community, what other sources of revenue could be available for Nebraska if it wants to move forward with this, and in what way does it want to move forward? Is it the full project? Is it a bigger project? Is it a smaller project? But I don't really think that it's the best thing for Nebraska to do, or even a good thing for Nebraska to do, to just say, okay, well, Trev is gone and this was his baby, so we're just going to put this aside and focus on NIL, or focus on winning football now. Part of the reason that they wanted to do the stadium in a big way was to help the team win. This isn't just about fan amenities. Bringing fans into the stadium and having a stadium that you can recruit to the best of your abilities is a piece of winning. And you can look around the Big Ten, you can look around the region that Nebraska plays in, and see other programs that are investing hundreds of millions into their stadium. It's not like Nebraska was alone in having this project on the table. So I think that the talk that it's just done because Trev's gone and Dan's here and momentum has slowed around this thing, I think that's a little short-sighted. But as far as what he's going to do, I don't know, and I'm not sure that he's come to a conclusion yet.
Yeah, I wonder. Doesn't seem like $450 million is going to be on the table anymore. So it's like, okay, what can you get rid of that was in the original plan that is maybe more, I don't know, just makes it look prettier, that you're like, okay, we don't need to do that. It just would have been a nice thing to have. I wonder where that dividing line is, and then what that makes the overall cost of it.
Yeah, I don't know that if you're Nebraska, you feel like you have an opportunity to just divide it up and say, well, you kind of only get one opportunity to do something big and do it right.
Mm-hmm.
So, if it's like, well, we're going to spend $100 million now and $100 million later, and then $100 million 10 years down the road, that doesn't necessarily add up to the same thing that it would if you do it big and do it well now. It ends up getting piecemealed, and things don't mesh, and you never really have a big splash. But hey, they can only do as much as they can afford. So they know better than I do what kind of resources are at their fingertips.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. Mitch, always a good chat. Thank you very much. Enjoy the spring game on Saturday.
I will. Thank you. You guys do the same.
Hey, Mitch Sherman joining us here as he does every Monday on 1620.
Oh, that was nice. He said you guys do the same.
I won't be enjoying it. Sorry. John will.
I won't be
You'll
watching
be enjoying it on the DVR. What's better than watching the spring game live? The spring game on the DVR.
Well, then you can skip all the commercials.
Look at the positivity from young Nick.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to.
Are you going to watch it, Nick?
No.
Oh.
I have plans. I'm busy.
Interesting. It's
a busy weekend.
It is a busy weekend.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Big weekend.
Very busy weekend.
Big shoes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Matt Rule was talking about NIL. He was on with the Ticket in Lincoln over the weekend, and said that, when it comes to spending, that he said, do we want Nebraska to be at the pinnacle? And I'm really simple. If you want us to be number one in the league, let's say 1 through 3, then the coach's salary should be 1 through 3. The recruiting budget should be 1 through 3. The training table and everything should say, hey, it's 1 through 3. And if you're giving me everything, it's the first, second, or third best in the Big Ten from NIL on up. And I don't get it done, then I'll walk my butt out of there. But don't give coaches 8th place NIL, 8th place salaries, and then say, how come you're not first?
I do not think he's wrong. And I feel like that, along with Dannon's Mr. Yogurt, his slow playing of the stadium stuff. And again, he still hasn't even been on the job for a month. I feel like the groundwork is being laid right now for, certainly not whatever the original plan was.
Oh, no,
Maybe
not
they
at
should just
all.
rename everything after Tom Osborne. Just everything.
They are doing that. They are naming things after Tom Osborne.
There's no question it's going to be pared down, but Mitch is also right. If they spend $100 million today, and then another $100 million in 7 years, and another $100 million in 7 years, well, that's $300 million they've spent on the stadium. But guess what? You're getting a lot less because if you spent, and then you would if you did just $300 million right now, because the cost of things, don't know if you know this, has been going up.
Huh. Interesting.
And so the $100 million spent 7 years from now will not equal the same $100 million that you spent today. So he is right. If you're going to do something, you do need to do it right. Because by not doing it that way, then yeah, it's going to come across half-ass. And I would add to Rule's, spiel here. If you want the best fans, you treat them like they're the best.
I know, and yet, since the stadium project was originally announced in September, October, how many have you heard from? They're like, I don't want this. I want the players. I want NIL. And it's like, man, like you do get to go to these games. And maybe, look, a lot of the fans that I have heard from about this that don't like it are admittedly not South Stadium people. And then I talk to South Stadium people and like, yeah, it's horrible. It's a miserable experience. And so maybe that's what it takes. But it's like, man, they're trying to do something good for you, right? Like that's what this is. This is something that could be good for you.
And keep in mind, unlike spending money on NIL, this is something that can actually return investment. If you improve the stadium experience, that allows you to raise the ticket price. It allows you to raise more revenue.
Yeah.
If it allows you to have better concession offerings like beer and allow you to make more at the concessions, it's a money-making proposition.
Aaron texts in to 402-951-1620, says, theoretically, I don't think you can half-ass it. It's a disaster of a side, and you can't half-fix it. You have to either ignore it and let it go to hell or redo the entire side. You will be addressing the same issue in 15 years if you invest $250 million and don't do it right. Otherwise, it's going to be a bare-bones side, and big donor boxes are out of the question. If you just fix South Stadium, you will not get a 360 walk around. So, I mean, I'm with him. It's almost like a do it or don't.
Yeah.
Don't, but trying to do this like,
No, you can't do it piecemeal because
measures, Walter.
Because you won't get the total bang for your buck.
And he adds, if they don't fully invest in this, they might as well build a new stadium. See, and I started bringing that up after Trev left, but I do wonder at what point is that the discussion? At what point is the discussion fix South Stadium for however many millions, hundreds of millions of dollars, or restart? And I know that brings up a whole host of issues of like, well, where would they play? And I don't have an answer to that question. But at a certain point, you're just fixing the old stadium over and over and over and over and over. But maybe that's what
but that's an even more expensive proposition.
It is.
And you're tearing down history.
And
people are very fond.
They are.
The old legendary stadiums are going by the wayside. Not as much in college football as they have.
It's much different in college football.
In Major League Baseball and the NFL. But there's a lot of history there as well.
Yeah. John, when we return, we need Nick, this is throwing something into the ether. I think that we should have a TV college football news like sounder for when we get like kickoff times or this game's on. Like,
who the hell is announcing kickoff times on April 22nd?
Many people. Well, we have two games that will affect Nebraska. Two that will affect Nebraska that are actually not Nebraska games. So we will have those for folks when we return. That is a tease. John, are you intrigued?
Maybe.
Yes or no? Nick, are you intrigued?
I'm confused.
Why are you confused?
We have early. It's April.
That's what life is. Nick, life is early. You find out you're having a baby 10 months before you have a baby.
That's because it's how long it takes the baby to cook.
40 weeks. 4 weeks.
It's 9 months.
It's 9 months.
It's not 9 months. It's 10. It's closer to 10. John, do 40 weeks.
But not for everyone, Josh. It averages out.
Yeah, it's not that way for everyone.
40 weeks is not 9 months. It's like more like 9.5 months.
Sorry, I didn't know you were an expert of having babies.
40 weeks, folks. 40 weeks.
Do you have something you want to announce?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
1620 The Zone.
Previously on The Crossover.
I opened up my fortune cookie last night, and on the front it says, here you can download a bunch of music. And then on the back, there's a QR code for Napster.
Yeah. Fortune cookies used to be fun, whimsical. At the end of your chicken fried rice, you're like, boop, boop, boop.
Boop, boop, boop.
That's exactly what
You
I
know,
did
we had
last night.
Chinese the other night. I don't think we ever got fortune cookies.
Even worse.
Mornings with Sharp and Hanley. The Connor Happer Show. Unsportsmanlike Conduct. 6A to 6P. 1620. The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
A wind advisory remains in place for much of eastern Nebraska and western Iowa until 4 o'clock today. Gusts up to 40 to 50 miles an hour are possible. High of 78 this afternoon with a slight chance for a shower late this afternoon and evening. Mostly cloudy tonight with a 30% chance for a stray thunder shower.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center. As far as wrecks go, nothing major to slow you down, but we are getting reports of stop-and-go traffic if you're headed west on I-80 going from 42nd to 72nd. If you're west on Dodge, stop-and-go traffic goes from 96th all the way to 120th. Same goes if you're east on Dodge between 102nd and 90th. And then it looks like delays on southbound 204th at West Center, delays on northbound 204th at Q Street, slow going on eastbound L Street between I-80 and 90th, and on westbound 370 just before I-80. I'm Mike Neville.
This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Fernando's Omaha.
Spring, it's the reward for surviving another winter. Fernando's, it's the reward for any day that ends in Y. Great Mexican food, awesome margaritas, and a wonderful family atmosphere. Fernando's, Omaha's favorite Mexican for more than 30 years.
Shop Lanahan Nurseries for the highest quality bulk mulch. Buy your mulch straight from where it's made. Convenient pickup or free local delivery of 5 yards or more. Lanahan Nurseries, 192nd and Center.
Locally owned and family owned, Jensen Tire and Auto knows you work hard for your dollar. So we sell our tires at the best prices in town. We'll even match any local competitor's price on any tire we carry. Check out our deals at jensentireandauto.com.
Spring is sprung, and you know what? You need to look good. You need to get your fit looking like rad. And Lindley Clothing and Well Suited can take care of you because you got prom, you got graduation, you got weddings, and you need to look your best. And you can look your best right now. Why rent a suit? Buy a suit. And you know what? You can get a suit for as little as $199 at Lindley Clothing and Well Suited in the Linden Market, 132nd and West Dodge. Take care of yourself now. Why rent when you can buy this season at Lindley Clothing and Well Suited?
It's Champion's replacement window season, and we're celebrating with buy 2 windows, get 2 free. If your windows are drafty, difficult to operate, or costing you money on your energy bill, it's time to replace them. Champion Windows is here to help. Champion builds our own windows right here in the USA. We make the process easy. We help you choose the best design options for your home. We then build your project in our very own factory. Our install team manages your project every step of the way, and it's all backed by our lifetime guarantee. Turn your house into your dream home with more livable space in a new Champion sunroom, or enhance your curb appeal with new siding, now 30% off. Don't wait, this sale won't last long. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and 30% off sunrooms and siding. Call 877-GO-CHAMPION or visit championsavenow.com to schedule a free in-home estimate today. All discounts apply to our regular prices. Select styles apply. Minimum purchase required. Cannot be combined with other advertised offers. See store or website for details.
Hey, baseball fans, join the Blur Tailgate at Hilton Omaha this June for our 12th annual hospitality event during the College Baseball Championship Series. Book an experience for your clients or employees with an inclusive bar, buffet, TVs, music, and tailgate games. Secure your spot today and let Blur Events take care of all the work so you can enjoy the day. Plus, we're just steps away from Charles Schwab Field. Visit blurevents.com to book your group, buy tickets, or learn about sponsorships. That's blurevents.com, your college baseball and football tailgate destination.
Roofing, siding, and gutters. Make the right call with the rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard.
This is Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
We'll go right.
The 1620 The Zone.
All right, here we go. This is the new segment. Kickoff time update. What do we think?
That's not good.
All right, Nick, it's up to you to make a better one.
I'll try.
Or just literally just cut that and just play that.
So, did you see this? Did you hear about this? Michigan had their spring game this weekend. And they announced.
Yeah, they did have their spring game. And did you see what the attendance was for that spring game?
No, is it horrible?
31,000.
Nice. Spring games are dying.
That stadium famously seats over 100,000.
Spring games are dying.
Methinks that the national TV audience bled into the attendance.
Oh, is that what it was?
It's probably time to start this dumb practice.
Yeah, take them off of TV. But anyway, they announced on television that Michigan's Week 2 game against Texas, which is at the Big House, will be on Big Noon Kickoff. Why does that matter, you say? Well, Nebraska's playing Colorado that week. We had been banting about this recently. I still think that there's a possibility that it's going to be a Peacock game. I just want that out there in the ether.
No, it will not be just on Peacock. It will be a network game.
All right,
it may be on Peacock because it's on NBC.
It
will be a network
night game,
television game.
Let's go. John Bishop overreaction. Going to be great. Anyway, speaking of Nebraska's second opponent, the Colorado Buffaloes, this was just announced that their home opener versus North Dakota State has moved to Thursday night football. Probably on Fox, maybe on ESPN. Either way, trying to parlay millions of viewers. Now,
wow.
John, how soon before oh no, that's an advantage. They get another extra couple days of rest before Nebraska. How soon before we hear that?
Well, you won't hear it from me.
John, I just said it, so you heard it, I guess, from me. So there you go.
But you're not going to hear it from me.
Colorado, Week 1, Thursday night. Colorado, Week 2, primetime at Memorial Stadium. Many are saying, many are hoping for it.
Because that's like having a bye in Week 1.
Who has a bye in Week 1?
No, I'm just saying it's when you get like an early season bye. Sometimes your bye can come too early in the season. That extra couple of days.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Not really going to matter.
Yeah.
Because guess what? They won't have tape on Nebraska until Saturday night.
That's true.
Oh, it's Saturday night.
So it's not like they can use Friday. Oh, boy, we'll get a head start on Nebraska. Oh, wait, we don't have any tape.
They can rest from the long, arduous game that they just played. God, what if they lose that game?
Well, lick their wounds from probably another
When
embarrassing.
they lick their wounds, it'll sound like this.
Boom. Wow.
Just save that. That will be our new.
That's awesome.
That will be our new television times update.
Nick, dare I ask, I'm not trying to check the backseat.
He's backseat producing. You.
I'm not trying to backseat produce, but I love that. What if we got Cutler's voice attached to it too? So it had the serious professional with me making weird mouth noises. It's time for another kickoff update.
I'm saving this right now.
All right, perfect.
Yes, please do say
How about this stadium-wise? We were just talking about Memorial Stadium and when will they have to, I'll just say, when will they have to blow it up? When will they destroy it, take it to the ground, and move on, build a new stadium? That's what I'm asking. But Jed writes this. The average year college football stadiums were built for power conference teams, 1931. For Big Ten teams, it's 1939. Quick aside, I wonder how much that number has actually gone up with some of their new brethren from the Pac-12 joining them, because I don't think Autzen and Husky Stadium are that old. He adds, SEC 1929. Who will be the first to rip that Band-Aid? And once one big boy does it create a domino? I think that's a very interesting question.
I don't. Well, here's some of those stadiums, like Tennessee, for example. The original guts of Neyland Stadium, are probably long gone. I mean, that thing has been added to. If you've ever seen the original, and it was never always called Neyland Stadium because obviously General Neyland, they didn't name it for him before he started coaching.
Yeah, what was it called back then?
Something Watkins Field or something.
Okay.
But they've been basically
Watkins Field.
They've been basically playing on the same plot of land for many, 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 many years.
It's the ship of Theseus, right, Nick? That's what the ship is? Yeah.
The original guts of a lot of these stadia are gone.
Well, didn't you say on Twitter, Bama? Like Bama Stadium looks, if you watch a Bama game, one of the things that I always notice is the number of entrances or exits to the concourse. It looks like an NFL stadium.
Right.
Because they're like every 10 rows, basically.
And you'd think of places like Kyle Field down at Texas A&M. I mean, they gutted that whole thing and basically redid the whole thing. Did the same thing at Washington a couple of years ago with Husky Stadium.
Mm-hmm.
They gutted that thing and
they completely remodeled
basically redid it. So yeah, I don't know. Yes, some of those teams have played on the same plot of land since the 20s and 30s, but, unlike Lincoln, I mean, the original guts of East and West Stadium are still there.
Yeah.
Just like it is at the Horseshoe, just like it is at the Big House, just like it is at Notre Dame Stadium. But the thing is, and here's the interesting question, because we had this brought up with Oklahoma recently. Remember how Oklahoma was talking about getting a new arena? It's like, well, if the folks in Norman aren't going to, pony up for this entertainment district, then maybe we'll have to build this arena in another suburb of Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
The thing that colleges haven't leveraged yet has been the public financing part of it. And you're saying, well, what's the difference between that and then donors? Because it's all coming from
public financing. Is like you're forced to do it.
Exactly. If let's just say, I'm just throwing this out there. Let's just say that, Nebraska's like, well, man, we really need a new stadium. And it would sure be nice with all the tax money we bring in for the city of Lincoln if the Lincoln taxpayers could help us foot the bill. And the Lincoln taxpayers said, what? We're already paying for you to be here. What are you talking about?
Dare I say, John, what if they did the state taxpayers?
Well, that's possible too. And that's been talked about.
Yes,
but that's the one thing that colleges really haven't done yet is leverage their own metropolitan areas to say, hey, we could use a little help. And listen, the whole city, county, university partnership is already a thing.
Yep.
That's where Haymarket Park comes from. That's where CHI Health Center comes from. That's where Pinnacle Bank Arena comes from. Who's to say that maybe a new stadium might not eventually be one of these, city government, state government, university partnerships.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's a much more expensive proposition than building a basketball arena or a baseball stadium. But
yes, it is.
That's the one big difference. These NFL teams can continually leverage their cities that they're in. Hey, we need public financing. I saw that the Cardinals are talking this way about Busch Stadium. That thing's only about 20 years old.
They're already talking about building a new stadium.
Not a new stadium, but getting improvements.
Okay.
Same with Milwaukee. Milwaukee has leveraged the city of Milwaukee to get improvements to, it used to be American Family. Is it the American Family now? I don't remember what they call it. But the Brewers ballpark.
Yeah.
And look at the Coliseum.
The Roman Coliseum?
No, the A's.
Oh, okay. Yeah. By the way, Jed adds that 1931 for the Big Ten is including the new teams. It is that high because of Minnesota. They built their stadium in 2009.
Right.
Minnesota!
But Minnesota, they tore down their original campus facility many, many years ago and then moved into the Metrodome. And then they wanted their own building.
Travis says, I think it's harder for colleges to leverage public financing because colleges can't leave. UNL isn't going to go to Montana. And that's true. But to go back to the Oklahoma model, where were they threatening to move? To a burb like a couple hours away?
Yeah, well, I mean, Norman is basically a suburb of Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
And they were looking at, hey, if they're not going to do this for us here, we're going to, have our basketball team maybe play somewhere else where they want to build an arena.
Yeah.
So it certainly is a possibility. These types of, leverage deals. Whether or not that would be very popular, I don't know. And then that kind of leads me, I don't know if you read Chattel this weekend, but this conversation about the university system maybe reconfiguring and merging under one brand.
Yes.
And could that mean the extinction of Maverick Sports and Lopers Sports at, the behest of Big Red Nation?
Yeah.
It's probably not, it's not happening yet, but certainly the possibility is out there.
Yeah, and this goes back to the story that Henry Cordes had near the beginning of the month. And I remember, we talked about that story from Henry Cordes. We didn't really get into that as much, like the brand component of it, of everyone being Nebraska, So I guess in theory, to talk it out real fast, so you'd have the brand of Nebraska, and they still would be their own campuses. There would be the Lincoln campus, the Omaha campus, the Kearney campus.
Sure.
But everyone would be the Huskers in that world.
That's a possibility, yes.
Yeah. And so what would that mean for like basketball at UNO or basketball at UNK? And then obviously the question that people would actually have is, what does it mean for hockey? at UNO because they're like good, they've had success. They've made the Frozen Four, whereas the other programs, I can't speak to UNK, but I can speak to some of UNO's programs. The men, they still haven't made the NCAA tournament, but they've gotten to the final of the Summit League tournament a couple times. So they have had success. They haven't had their ultimate level of success, which would be making the dance.
And again, the reason why they want to, or at least the idea behind merging the campuses, is then it would all be under one umbrella, and it would help in terms of the research dollars and getting into the AAU. And it's basically a shell game to shift the numbers around so it makes you look bigger than you currently are.
AAU stuff.
And I still am very, very, very skeptical that the Big Ten is going to be kicking anybody out because of their AAU status, as long as their brand is strong and they're bringing in television numbers so that we can hear Josh's TV schedule updates.
Nick, give us the sounder. Folks are demanding the sounder. Exactly.
That's why Nebraska's in the Big Ten, not because of their AAU status.
Because they have Omaha's campus.
Exactly.
By the way, Nick, can you give me that sounder one more time? Because we got a text. Speaking of kickoff updates, what is the time and channel for the Nebraska spring game? What time did the boys play? It's 11 a.m.
I'm sure it's on the Big Ten Network.
And there you go. I think it's on live. I have no idea. I'll be in Oregon.
I mean, it usually is.
Yeah.
And then it'll be immediately. The good news is, unless they decide to play a very early softball game, that this Nebraska kickoff won't be changed or won't be affected because of a game running long ahead of it.
That's true.
That's the advantage of the 11 a.m. kick.
It's nice.
You were always kicking off on time.
Yeah, because it's the first thing. Unless game day's on before you, then you're starting at 11:10.
Right, and you don't have to worry about, having to go to BTN Plus.
Oh, thank God.
I mean, if there ever was a sporting event that deserved to be, preempted because the previous one went long, it's a spring practice, but alas.
Travis writes, oh, good. Something else for UNO fans to cry about. Wow. Yes, UNO.
Yeah, I'm not sure how deep in the woods this idea is going to go.
Mm-hmm.
But, it's certainly out there. And there's a big vote this week. Jeff Gold, the current head of UNMC, is about to be anointed as the new Nebraska president.
Mm-hmm.
What are his ideas on all of this? I mean, he's the one that's going to have a lot to say about it.
Yeah. You don't like that word?
I don't like anointed.
Anointed?
Yeah.
Why not?
It sounds like ointment, and I don't like the word ointment either.
Why not?
Because I don't like the way ointment feels.
Ointment is meant to soothe you.
It is.
And make you feel better.
Yeah, have your girlfriend put some ointment on you, Nick.
Yeah. Hey, dear, you got any ointment?
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure it'll feel great. Maybe lead to some fun stuff.
Give me some ointment, dear.
Yeah, don't say it that way. Don't say ointment.
Ointment.
You sound like you're going oink.
Well, coming up, we talked about this on Friday, speaking of television.
Oh, geez.
But some more details on what the NBA may be looking to do in the future. That is, if those jerks at the Milwaukee Bucks don't continue to devalue the regular season, but their social
Bucks!
media.
Let's go, Bucks!
And what do today's NBA players think about the greatest of all time? Is MJ still the GOAT? That and the happy hour featuring Bill Conley and his Mega Blue Bloods.
Oh, babe.
I still
Did
think
Nebraska
we should say
make
Old
the
Blue.
Mega Blue Bloods? 1620 The Zone.
Omaha's most listened to all sports radio station. Again and again and again. 1620 The Zone.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Put your coffee department in good hands with Host Coffee Service, providing direct delivery and loaned coffee equipment with service programs. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
The road to the NBA Finals starts now. And guess what, new customers? If you're new to FanDuel, you can go on your own playoff run with $150 $50. All you got to do, this is simple. Just place a $5 bet. You're going to get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose, that you can use, Nick, throughout the entire course of the NBA playoffs.
And you can go the old school route. You can just take a look at the line, bet on that. But that's not as much fun, too. You got so many ways that you can get in on the action. 3-pointers made. You can go with the over-under. You can go with even first basket score and so much more. All you got to do is go to FanDuel.com. Use the promo code ZONE. That's FanDuel.com/zone to get started today. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 plus and present in Iowa. First online, real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
News Talk 1290 Coil is your radio home for Omaha Storm Chasers baseball, proud AAA affiliate of the Kansas City Royals. Tune in to hear every pitch, every hit, and every out as the Chasers play at Warner Park and across the International League in 2024. With the voice of the Omaha Storm Chasers, Nick Batters, on News Talk 1290 Coil.
Tune in to 1290 Coil all season long for your Omaha Storm Chasers baseball as they take on the International League. It's Storm Chasers baseball on 1290 Coil.
It's happening daily. We're being conned by the institutions we used to trust. The mainstream media is distracting us with meaningless headlines instead of focusing on the harsh realities facing American families. Time is short before something big happens, and that's why so many folks are preparing. They're becoming self-reliant by investing in emergency food storage from My Patriot Supply. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com and secure 4-week emergency food kits for each member of your family. Each kit contains tasty breakfasts, lunches, and dinners, averaging over 2,000 calories per day. Save $50 on each 4-week food kit you purchase. Plus, get free shipping on Ready Hour 4-week emergency food kits. You're not ready if it's not Ready Hour Foods. At My Patriot Supply, you can also get solar power generators, water filtration units, heirloom seeds, and survival gear. Order by 3 p.m. and your unmarked boxes ship the same day. Shop MyPatriotSupply.com today. MyPatriotSupply.com.
Are Nebraska craft beers and ciders important to you? Whether you just love Nebraska brewed beers and ciders or you're a full-fledged craft brewery, there are benefits to membership for anyone with the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild. Their sole mission is to foster and help grow the Nebraska-centric brewing community. Become a member today at Nebraska.beer and help advance the craft beer and cider industry in the state of Nebraska. Find out more about the Nebraska Craft Brewers Guild at Nebraska.beer.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Well, last Friday, we told you that the deadline is now up, or actually it will be up tonight, the exclusive negotiating window with the NBA, ESPN, and TNT, its current partners. And when we were talking about this last week, the entry of a streaming partner was offered. And there's a few more details that have come out in what the NBA is looking for, according to The Athletic. Remember, one of the things that our dear old buddy Jim Delaney had when they negotiated the last round, not this one, the one that we're going to be under, but the one that just expired, round of TV contracts, was he made it a shorter term because of the changing landscape. He didn't want to lock the Big Ten into a 10-year deal because, well, things are going to be changing. And Heck, we could get back out on the open market and make even more money.
Shout out Jim. He was spot on for that.
He was spot on for that. But very interesting that according to The Athletic, he says, or he, Andrew Marchand, says the league would actually like their contracts for 10 years or longer. So they're going back to we want a longer term deal.
You know why I think that is? I think they're worried about the popularity of their sport continuing to drop. And I think they want to lock in the amount of money, even though inflation will do what it usually does. I think they want that guaranteed cash. I don't think they want to shorten it up. The viewership's down. Everything with the league is down. It's like the one league. Everything else is going up. Everything else. Women's basketball, NFL, college football. You know what hasn't done that? The NBA. I think they want to lock in as much money as possible for as long as possible. That's
well,
my theory.
According to the Marchand article, because of an array of companies in the marketplace, which the NBA believes may shrink as streaming continues to replace cable. So what they're saying is what they're banking on is, well, the number of interested buyers may be gone here in a few years as streamers gobble up other streamers or networks gobble up other networks or other streamers. And so just the sheer pool of possible candidates, like, for example, right now you've got 4 major television networks, plus you've got Amazon, Apple, Netflix, and then
throw in Turner, who has them right now.
And then throw in other, streaming services that might be owned by the same company,
like
like Paramount.
Yeah.
Where you could put games on the streamer, but not on the linear network. Well, according to Andrew Marchand, there will be at least 3 separate packages for NBA games. Right now, there's 2. So the third you would almost seem to be locked into at least one streaming service. And it seems like Amazon is what the NBA is looking for. They've got a huge reach. They've already got an established sports brand with Thursday Night Football. And Amazon wants to continue to build that sports brand. Also, NBC isn't interested in getting back in the game.
Yes.
Whether it's on their network or on their Peacock app or both.
Yeah, and you figure with them, so you just mentioned Thursday Night Football with Amazon, so in theory they could slide right in and take a Thursday night package out of Turner's hands maybe. With NBC, I think, okay, well, it's post-NFL season. They're used to putting sports on Sunday night. There's like a Sunday night basketball package that's suddenly involved, whether it's with Peacock or with NBC.
Here's the paragraph that I found most interesting. The notion that a pure streamer like Amazon could have significant games, including conference finals and perhaps even the NBA finals at some point over the life of a long-term deal is a possibility, according to executives briefed on the NBA's discussions. So in order for Amazon to get Amazon to play ball, the NBA may be willing to move its most valued properties,
the last series of the whole season,
to a stream-only service.
And that would be
no over-the-air network.
We talked last week when we were discussing this story about how things have changed and we've gotten used to, bigger games. Certainly Thursday Night Football is on a streamer. There was an NFL playoff game, famously. People had lost their limbs for Peacock, and that happened. This, though, would be like NBA Finals aren't going to get bigger numbers than a Thursday night or even a NFL playoff game. But you want to talk about the biggest event that would ever be on a streaming service. NBA Finals games would be the biggest event. Like that would be, a true step for.
Well, biggest event in terms of prestige, though. The audience for a NFL playoff game is still larger than.
Yeah, but like you said, in
most
terms of
NBA Finals,
in terms of prestige, in terms of what it means for that sport, it's only been a decade or so since championships have moved to cable. Whether it's college football, which is, again, going back to over the air soon. College basketball, that's a recent phenomenon where you have championship games on TBS. And a lot of these sports are like wanting to move back to over the air because they're going to guarantee a large audience. Again, this tells me that the NBA is okay with losing that if it means more money so they can lock in the revenue versus the audience. Because I think that they are guessing that their audience is taking a hit regardless. So why not take the extra cash along the way?
Well, it's also a sport that has always done better with younger fans than older fans, and younger fans are more in tune with being on streaming services.
But I would
than
ask
older
this, like, so you're right. You're not wrong. Is that more watching highlights on Instagram or TikTok or Twitter versus like having an Amazon Prime subscription? Because I would say it's more of the former.
Probably.
So like, is that play ultimately going to work? In terms of the young audiences, I would almost guess no. But,
maybe
it's a subscription, it's not.
But a lot of young people
highlights.
do order a lot of stuff off of Amazon. I'm just saying that the heart failure that folks were having when the Chiefs game got moved to Amazon or when the Husker game got moved to, Peacock might not be as strong because the NBA audience skewers so young. It's like, oh, okay, whatever.
This is the next logical step.
Right.
KD says the NBA cannot put their finals on a streaming service. That's a nail in the coffin for non-diehard fan interest. I watch because it's on, but I won't watch it if I have to sign up for another streaming service. Yeah, what's the amount of diehard fans and how many casual fans do you get? Because it's June and it's something to watch, and then obviously certain years are going to have bigger storylines, whether it's a bigger brand like the Celtics or the Lakers or a player like LeBron or Steph Curry. And we're moving into a post-LeBron and Steph Curry world very, very soon.
The Athletic has done another one of its anonymous surveys of NBA players where they talked about a variety of league subjects, including who is the greatest player of all time.
Okay, I saw this graphic. I didn't know that that's what it was. I saw this graphic this weekend.
The greatest player of all time. So this is what the anonymous survey, these are actual NBA players. They got them all to answer these questions anonymously.
Do we know the number of players?
In this vote, it was 133.
Ooh, can I make a guess?
Who does today's NBA player think the greatest NBA player of all time is?
Yao Ming.
No, it's not Yao.
Did you not think it's Yao Ming?
No.
Were you being serious?
No.
Okay.
That's a player I know. New.
Okay, interesting.
Who won?
He was in Got Milk commercials.
Yeah, Michael won.
But not by much. 45.9% to LeBron, 42.1. So the
recency bias.
I think he thinks this is what's going to happen either next year or the year after that. If the Athletic keeps cranking these out on the regular,
LeBron will be the new GOAT.
LeBron will be the new GOAT. At least according to today's NBA players.
Yeah, but those are Gen Zers. What do Gen Zers know about the history of the NBA?
Well, they
Not
obviously
much.
they obviously know enough to be wise enough that somebody voted Paul Pierce.
See, exactly. These guys are idiots.
Somebody voted Paul Pierce.
Nick, he's not even the best Celtic ever.
Paul Pierce got as many votes as Magic Johnson and Steph Curry.
He's not even the second best Celtic ever.
Is Larry Bird the best Celtic ever?
Bill Russell. He won 11 championships.
Yeah, that's hard to argue.
It's a different era, but he won a lot of championships.
Yeah, he was a great player.
Yeah. But yeah, it's him and then Larry. It's not Paul Pierce. And certainly Paul Pierce is not the GOAT. That player should get kicked out of the
Well,
NFL.
there's already investigating, people already trying to figure out who voted for Paul Pierce.
Yeah.
They just want to talk.
Remove his
By the
vote.
way, Paul Pierce did not participate because he's not a current active.
That's true. He's
player.
been retired for a while. He was solid. He was never the best player of his own era.
No.
He wasn't the best player on the Celtics when they won their championship. Their only championship in my lifetime, by the way. People forget they have won one title since 1988. Tough look. Oh, we have 17 banners. Yeah, 11 of them happened back before 1974 or whatever it was.
Nic, how many Cowboys Super Bowls have happened in your lifetime?
Nick is like 10 years old. This doesn't count.
I was born in 1997.
Wow. That would be 0.
Yeah, well.
I'm almost 27, Josh.
Yeah, you're a tiny baby. Why did you have to do this, John? Why?
Because you defamed the good name of the Boston
You
Celtics.
hated the Celtics when you were growing up. You were a Lakers guy.
I did.
Danielle says, winning isn't the only stat that matters, but I vote for someone who didn't poop his pants when the pressure was on. Yeah, Paul Pierce, Nick, pretended to be hurt when he actually had pooped himself. Then he got carried off the floor.
I mean, what else
he
are you going to
changed
do
his
if you
shorts.
poop yourself?
Don't poop yourself in the NBA Finals.
It's interesting that you mentioned that because they also asked the question of these same anonymous
Who pooped
NBA.
themselves?
No.
Poop yours.
but-
All of the votes.
I hope you poop yourself at a marathon one day. Then you're going to have to be like, I'm hurt. I have
Nick,
to go.
jeez, I run one in 6 days.
Don't poop yourself.
I won't.
Apparently, it's easy.
They also asked, who is your favorite athlete, non-NBA? Just favorite athlete, non-NBA. Do you know who won?
I don't. I'll guess it's Patrick Mahomes.
Yao Ming.
It's somebody who had to leave a game for a spell recently, who we all theorized had to poop.
Lamar Jackson.
Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, that was COVID, I think. Nick, this was really fun. He just suddenly ran and then he was back and he was like, "Oh, I was hurt." Nah, he pooped.
I think
himself.
it was just like, wasn't it 2 years ago?
Was it? I
thought it was 2 years ago on a Monday
This-
night.
This last weekend,
I thought.
they were doing they were at Jonesboro. It was disc golf or Nashville. They were at Nashville, and a guy threw a really good shot off the tee, and then the second it landed, he went to the porta potty that was right behind the tee pad.
December 15th, 2020.
Oh, it was during COVID. God, for some reason I thought it was
Yeah.
not.
Oh man, I have the cramps. No, and yeah, get out of the way. Get out of the way.
Get out of
Yeah,
the way.
'cause
I gotta
that's-
poop.
That's gotten to you. Got to poop.
Sometimes you got to poop.
Sometimes you do got to poop.
It's not good to hold it in.
By the way, shout out to Michael Severe, going back to our pregnancy discussion a little bit earlier,
Yep.
wanting to put a bow on that.
Yep.
A book titled, It's Really 10 Months, The Glow of Pregnancy and Other Blatant Lies. Big Science wants to convince you that it's 9 months. No, it can't be 9 months because 9 times 4 is 36.
Again, there are many people who are born before that.
That's early.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's 40 weeks.
Or there are
That's
people
10
born
months.
after that.
That's definitely 10 months.
It evens out.
I'm glad Josh is studying these things.
I realized it when I was a teenager. Like, I know how to do math. There's 4 weeks in a month, plus give or take a few days.
Why are you doing math you're never going to use?
What do you mean?
Was this on the back of the sheet that you wrote me plus you equals nighttime fun?
Great question.
Was this the math you did on the other
That's
side?
me
of that?
plus
you equals nighttime fun.
Tremendous question.
The Mega Blue Bloods,
Old Bloods.
the new Bronco uniforms,
Oh.
and Greg Sankey holding grudges
Oh, wow. That's a lot of stuff.
in the happy. Oh, and blue milk.
No, not
Oh,
again.
hell yeah.
Not hell yeah.
It's all coming up in the happy hour, 1620 The Zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone. 1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, no wrecks to worry about this afternoon. We are getting reports of delays if you're west on Dodge, going from 42nd all the way to 72nd. Delays on eastbound L Street between 108th and 90th. Also delays on eastbound Industrial Road around 144th. Slow going on northbound 204th at West Center. And then delays on eastbound Dodge go from 680 to 90th. And if you're west on Dodge, delays go from 680 all the way to 120th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Lanahan Nurseries.
Spring has arrived, and Lenaha has everything you need to revitalize your landscape. The best shrubs, perennials, and freshly dug trees, all grown right here in Nebraska. Lenaha Nurseries, your homegrown headquarters since 1974.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
Make the right call. John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the roofery.
You're thinking about the summer season, but have you thought about storm season? Have no fear. John Higgins Weather Guard is here. For roofing, siding, and gutter repair, make the right call to John Higgins Weather Guard.
John Higgins Weather Guard, the home of the roofery. Make the right call.
You've had your Easter, now have your oysters at Shuck's Fish House. The Spring Oyster Fest is this Wednesday and Thursday. Get $13 a dozen Harbor House oysters plus a surprise premium oyster for $18 a dozen. Find out more at shucksfishhouse.com.
A team succeeds when they work together. Banking's no different. At UBT, we're in your corner for every financial move you want to make. Your money's backed by a roster of experts who put in the work to know you and your community. So whether you're opening a savings account, buying a home, or planning your future, you always know who to turn to. Working together toward your financial goals. That's a win in our playbook. Union Bank and Trust. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
How many oysters can you down? 12, 24, 36? Test your limit at Shuck's Fish House on Wednesday and Thursday during Oyster Fest. You can get 36 oysters for only $24. Bring a friend and your appetite. Find out more at shucksfishhouse.com.
I can't believe tax season is here already. Look at all this info I have to enter.
Phil's small accounting firm is growing in numbers.
Why didn't I take that typing class in high school?
A data entry specialist could really help him in a crunch.
I got blisters on my fingers.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Let's go on a fishing trip you will be talking about for years. The best walleye fishing trip ever. Join me, Crash Davis. We're going to travel to the walleye capital of the world, September 15th to the 19th aboard a deluxe motor coach. Travel with me to Ballard's Resort on Lake of the Woods. Pricing includes round-trip motor coach transportation, 4 nights lodging, 3 days of fully guided walleye fishing, and all of our meals. Go fishing with me, Crash. Your best trip ever. Sign up at ballardsresort.com. ballardsresort.com. And set the hook.
What's holding you back from learning the language you've always wanted to speak?
Too hard.
Takes too long.
Not with Babbel. Babbel's lessons take just 10 minutes a day.
10 minutes isn't long.
Nope. And they're fun.
Fun isn't hard.
Right. Babbel's interactive lessons, podcasts, games, and more make languages fun and engaging. You might even forget you're learning. And Babbel's lessons are built around real life. Babbel teaches language skills you'll actually use. About travel, business, relationships, and more. You'll learn what matters most to you. Plus, Babbel's lessons are designed to get you having real conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Just 3 weeks? Even better.
Since Babbel's lessons are voiced by real native speakers, you'll get pronunciation just right and be able to carry on conversations with confidence.
Learning a language with Babbel doesn't take long.
And with Babbel, it isn't hard.
It's perfect.
Get Babbel. It starts here. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Tickets for less. Best seats, best prices, no service fees. Shop ticketsforless.com. KOZN Bellevue, Omaha, Council Bluffs. This is 1620 The Zone.
Throw. It would be nice to have a 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 throw from your mom.
The happy hour is on the air.
Yes, it is. Welcome to the happy hour, everyone. Great to have you here with us on this Monday at the start of a new week. The week that will conclude with the spring game, and then we can put a merciful end to all of that.
I look forward to downloading the radio replays next week when I'm on the West Coast to make sure I get my fix on what happened at the spring game. I need John's takes. John, you going to give me your takes?
We're going to talk racing and baseball.
There'll be some there. I don't know.
Sorry to the listeners about me being gone.
I don't know what else I'm going to be able to give you beyond that. I don't know what anyone can really give you out of a spring game.
There's a ton, man. They're going to practice. They're going to tackle.
There's
they're gonna
less
throw,
every year.
They're going to hand off.
This much is certain. At this point, Nebraska will have almost as many wins after this Saturday as the Chicago White Sox.
Wow.
Heyo.
I'm going to keep a track of this.
Okay.
Because we thought the Oakland Athletics were going to give us suctitude to last a millennium, but the Chicago White Sox right now through 21 games are worse than the 62 Mets.
Should we do a race to the bottom?
Oh, what race to the bottom would you like?
White Sox, A's, and Rockies.
Oh, I think the White Sox are going to win this going away.
They're 3-18, Nick.
They are 3-18. At this point in the 1962 season, the New York Metropolitans were 5-16.
Yikes. And that's one of the worst teams ever.
That is the worst team in modern baseball history.
Why is there a crying baby on?
Because that was their
poster?
first year.
That was their inaugural year. That was the program. That was the
Oh.
yearbook cover.
Here's a half-naked child.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was depicting a newborn. Actually, if it was newborn, it wouldn't even be standing at this point.
They finished 40 and 120, so they won exactly 25% of their games.
Mhm.
They were 60 and a half games behind the Giants.
Mhm.
60 and a half games behind the Giants.
The White Sox at this point are on a pace for 24 wins.
Wow. Which
If
would
they-
be worse.
if they keep this up. So, yes, we will be updating this on the regular. Congratulations to the Chicago White Sox, who almost got no hit.
Is it the Marlins that currently hold the record for, or is it the Mariners?
For what?
Most losses in a season.
We were just talking about them. It's the Mets.
It's the Mets.
Oh, the Mets is most losses ever?
Yeah,
in
120.
a 162 game
My bad.
season. Yes.
I was thinking it's Mariners had
Yes.
something.
No, Mariners had the most wins.
They had the most wins.
They had
Thank you.
116 wins. Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
And speaking of losses,
oh boy,
Oof.
the Broncos' long-awaited new uniforms. It's hard to believe
We knew they were going to be bad.
that it has been 27 years
Yeah, 1997.
since the Broncos magically remade their uniforms and then won the Super Bowl in the exact same year.
Mm.
But they've decided to go with a different look. They're going to be
So they are now moving totally to orange jerseys. They
Well,
are the home jerseys again.
right, but they also have a blue jersey
With a
and-
white helmet,
and a white jersey.
which is the road, obviously.
Yes.
Summit white.
I don't like that shade of blue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Midnight Navy.
I don't
You're not
like
a fan of Midnight Navy?
No.
Yeah, but now the Broncos did announce that they are going to be doing the Horse D throwbacks.
They should
Incredible.
do that shade of blue.
They should do that.
They
that
should
uniform.
do that uniform.
They're-
That should be their uniform.
They're allowed to wear these according to rules 3 times, upwards of 3
Mhm.
times in a season.
Do you think the new uniforms would have improved if, you know how the Rocky City Connect has the mountains on it? What if on the sleeves they did a similar mountain thing instead of that weird?
No, the issue is we are always going to compare them to the throwbacks.
True.
Yes.
And the throwbacks are A, a better shade of blue, and B, they just look better.
They look
Period.
great.
There's no debate. These are incredibly, look at the socks. Look at all the colors on the socks. Blue, white, orange.
Josh Peterson, Super 70 Sports.
No, don't say that. God, but that's also great graphic.
It does
Look
look
at that.
really
The
good.
font is good. The little 2 lines that go across is good. The helmet's good.
The announcement video was pretty good.
Everything about it is good, except that they can't wear these all the time. I don't understand this. I don't understand America, John. When this is allowed to happen.
Reagan Josh.
No, that's not. Reagan wasn't president in 1977, Nick. He was not president.
He wasn't.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Also, they wore these uniforms all the way to 96. Like,
yeah, they did.
just keep wearing. They are so good. Those are such good uniforms.
Well, they're not going to.
No, they're not. And we're going to be sad about it. Those uniforms suck. The new ones suck.
Sad.
Bill Conley, friend of the program,
Yeah.
of ESPN.com, put out a graphic this weekend that depicted, and you know, he is famous for the SP Plus, which is his metric to measure how great teams are. And he was able to identify the average SP Plus rating for the mega blue bloods and everyone else. So these 9 schools have separated themselves from everybody else. So much so that, I mean, if you look at the difference, if you're watching along in the stream, the blue graphic, those are the combined SP Plus rankings of the mega blue bloods. And the black line at the bottom is just basically the national average and how much higher these teams are. And in fact, these 9 programs and the programs of which we speak are, in no particular order, Alabama, LSU, Georgia, Michigan, Ohio State, Oklahoma, Penn State, Notre Dame, and Texas. And this is their average ranking. average. And as Bill wrote, these 9 just enjoyed their best ever collective season. So in other words, 2023 was the peak of the Mega Blue Bloods in terms of his SP Plus ranking.
That's wild. That given, I mean, this is some firepower in this collection of graphics or in this collection of teams.
I guess none of those teams had a losing season.
No, it's just wild that this was the best.
Yes.
But, I guess it does make a little sense when you consider that 2 of the programs that are included in this have been at times, and I guess we could even expand it, but have been marred at times by being underachievers. And the 2 teams that I'm talking about are LSU and Georgia. Georgia won championship.
Well, Texas has been kind of an underachiever.
Yeah, that's fair if you want to include them as well. So I guess maybe it does make a little bit of sense, but wow, that is wild.
Yeah, this run right now by these Mega Blue Bloods, again, Alabama, Georgia, LSU, Michigan, Notre Dame, Ohio State, Oklahoma, Penn State, and Texas. Best combined season ever.
Matthew says, counting since what year? 1945. So this is post-World War II.
Yes.
Post-World War II.
Yes. So this is going back, quite a ways.
I wonder how he settled
70+ years.
Okay, so if you take out Alabama, what is this graphic? Like, how much does it move up and down? If then you add, like, to ultimately settle on these teams,
Well, I will show you
is there
because
more?
You're wondering, well, where's Nebraska on this list?
Oh, they're just outside of it.
But if you look at the average SP Plus ranking since World War II, Oklahoma is the number 1 program. Not Alabama, Oklahoma.
Makes sense. They for the longest time, they were kind of like what Ohio State is right now. Super consistent, insanely consistent. They won a lot of national titles. And the 47-game winning streak is in here, right? It's
yes.
In the World War. So they have that. They had, how many conference games in a row did they win throughout that stretch? 56? And Nebraska beat them to end that? 58, 57, somewhere in there?
No, it was 7.
Was it that many?
Was it 72?
Oh, on the conference winning streak.
I think it was in the 70s, I think.
So 47 straight. I'll look for it. I'll continue to.
If you just look up the 1959 Nebraska-Oklahoma game, I'm sure it says it. I want to say it was 72 straight wins.
First conference defeat in 13 years. 74. So yeah, it makes sense that Oklahoma would be number 1.
Well,
because,
also
again, like
Oklahoma has had really in that time one period where they were not good, and that was the John Blake era and John Blake / Howard Schnellenberger, and that lasted 4 years.
And then it led to Bob Stoops. And the Bob Stoops era was insanely consistent too. They only won 1 natty, but super consistent.
Alabama, second.
And see, they're only second because they had a longer stretch of bad than Oklahoma did.
Right.
Their highs are obviously insanely high, but their lows were pretty bad.
Ohio State, Notre Dame, then Michigan, tied with Penn State, then Texas, then Georgia, then LSU.
So that's the group of 9.
Those are the group of 9 teams. Those are the top 9. Just outside that bunch is Tennessee, USC, Florida, Florida State, Miami, Nebraska.
Yeah.
If this would have been done 20 years ago,
yeah,
then Nebraska would be in this group.
Oh,
they would be in this Mega Blue Bloods category.
Yeah, I wonder how high they'd be.
Pretty damn high.
Yeah.
Pretty damn high.
Yeah, even with, as Travis points out, Bill Jennings, he says the blame is on Bill Jennings and Scott Frost. They're keeping Nebraska out of the Mega Blue Bloods.
Well, it was 2 solid decades of mediocre to bad football from the 40s into the early 60s.
Yeah.
Right now, those were the dark ages. These are the
new dark ages.
The gray ages.
Mm.
Because there's still been some
Courageous.
winning. There's still been some winning seasons.
Yeah, Bo had a lot of success relative to what's happened lately.
But that's, Nebraska's still close enough to see it. But it is amazing the amount of consistent success. And if you look, Oklahoma and Alabama are in a tier by themselves.
Yeah.
And then it's Ohio State, Notre Dame, Michigan, and Penn State, and Texas are kind of in a tier.
Well, hell, even Georgia.
Then Georgia, LSU, Tennessee are kind of in a tier.
Yeah.
And then it drops off after that.
Money Chris says, my only question is, how the hell did Penn State make the group? This shows that Penn State's highs were way, way high.
Well, but Penn State has not had that many bad seasons.
Yeah, they had some lows, we're going to talk on the field. They had some
yes,
lows.
we're talking on the field.
At the turn of the century, they had some lows, right? As Paterno aged, they had some rough seasons. But even that downturn, I believe it lasted from like 01 to 04. And then they got good again. And they have been relatively consistent. They haven't been, like horrible throughout that time. They had a couple of bad years, but they have been really, really good.
Penn State, the only timing, so
again, you got to go to like 01. 01
really,
to 04 is bad.
Really, I mean, so we're just talking post-World War II.
You got the whole Joe Paterno era.
The whole Joe Paterno, but even before Joe Paterno,
they were solid enough.
The coach was Rip Engel, and they had nothing but winning seasons.
Yeah.
Penn State, let's see, post-World War II, their first losing season post-World War II.
Right, you're scrolling.
Was 1988. Joe Pa had a 5-6 season.
So after,
but that was just 2 years after their second national championship, and then they immediately went right back up to 8, 9, 11, 7-5, then 10, then 12. You had to, and then 2000 and 2001 they had back-to-back losing seasons, and then 03, 04 were the true bottom when they went 3-9 and 4-7. But then they immediately went right back up to 3 11-win seasons in the next 5 years. So Penn State, like Oklahoma, very, very small window where they were mediocre to bad, and then it immediately shot back up. Penn State has one of the most consistent stretches of winning of any program anywhere, and that's why they're on this list.
Yeah, and another one that feel free to pull this one up too, but Dave says, I'm surprised Georgia's that high. See, but what you're going to find with Georgia, very similar. Like, again, national championships compared to the teams above them, it's going to be lower because they won in 1980 with Herschel Walker,
right?
And then they won in 21 and 22.
Yeah, we tend to be blinded sometimes by, well, how many titles did they win?
But they were a good program. They were, I mean, Mark Richt, really good coach. They just didn't get over the hump. That was their issue. We're comparing some of these programs to Nick Saban and what Alabama did. We're comparing them to some of these juggernaut Oklahoma teams, but they were always good enough.
Honestly, Georgia's history is somewhat similar to Nebraska's history in that post-World War II, they had some real rough stretches in the 50s. But when Vince Dooley was hired in 1964, they started to win with regularity. And while they didn't have as many high highs, once you get into the 2000s, then the 10-win seasons just start ratcheting up.
Yeah, I think Alec puts it well. Mark Richt era was really good without winning a natty.
It was very good.
How about this?
He had one losing season. He was 6-7.
Yeah,
but they still went. And the only reason they were 6-7 is because they lost in the Liberty Bowl.
Jordan points out, look how much Bowden elevated Florida State. See, that's the one. So they are above Nebraska, and essentially anything before him is going to be nothingness. And after him, obviously, they've won a national championship, and they've been good, but they've been a woefully inconsistent program in the time since Bowden. Hell, even the end of the Bowden era, the last 6-7 years of his time, they weren't as good.
Well, and Florida State didn't become a major college program until the 50s.
So think about that. So there,
and they were just very mediocre.
And then Bobby Bowden shows up, and they were, again, he won 2 national championships in 93 and then 99.
And they did make a handful of bowl games prior to Bobby Bowden, but then once Bobby Bowden showed up,
and once they got going in the 80s,
and they famously went.
They had 14 straight years.
14 straight years where they finished in the top 5.
Top 4,
which is 4.
So that's the thing is, while they only won 2 national titles in that span, they were always near the best teams in the entire country. And I bet Bill's numbers would probably have a couple of years where they were actually number one in SB Plus, even though they didn't win a national
Yeah, they went from
championship.
1987 to 2000.
Ridiculous.
They finished 5th in 2000. So you can actually extend that by one more year and say top 5.
Ridiculous. They were awesome.
So
Matthew says half of these programs are 1 or 2 legendary coaches and others have that plus a bunch of very good coaches with almost no down periods. Yeah, that's a fun idea from this list is like Alabama is certainly propped up from 2 guys in here. Ohio State, Oklahoma, Notre Dame, Michigan, like lots of coaches. I think I still think Ohio State is, I know they haven't won as much as Bama national title wise, but the consistency in which they have their success is, just give them a huge round of applause.
yeah, for Oklahoma, it's basically 3 guys. It's Wilkinson or Wilkerson as Bill Callahan, Switzer and Stoops. Alabama, it's basically 2 guys, but people forget that Gene Stallings did win a national championship.
Yep.
Ohio State, and the funny thing is,
John Cooper was good.
John Cooper was good. He just couldn't beat Michigan.
Yeah, I think he went 2-9-1.
Notre Dame, a lot of different guys.
Now they haven't won a natty since 1988, but still a lot of different guys, and they have
Michigan. It's pretty much from Bo Schembechler on.
Yeah, so him and Lloyd Carr.
So you got him and Lloyd Carr and Harbaugh and oh God, who was after Lloyd Carr?
That was Rodriguez. Are you talking about who's good? Brady Hoke.
Oh no, wasn't there someone before Lloyd Carr?
Oh, before him? Yes, there was. Only there for a couple of years. I don't remember who that was.
Am I drawing a blank on him?
Yeah.
Penn State.
Yeah, it's Joe Pa.
It's mainly Joe Pa, but give credit to the current head coach. Texas, it's Darrell Royal. It's Mac Brown.
See, LSU is one. Now that is one that has really been elevated in this century because, and I guess they are early post World War II, but they had long periods of being a down program, lots of talent, but not ever winning at a high level. But then Saban shows up and the program becomes this.
The program was down.
Yeah, it completely reinvents itself. We're now a college football fan.
Gary Moeller. That's the guy I was thinking of. Gary Moeller.
At Michigan?
At Michigan.
Yeah, LSU, has become a program that people consider a blue blood, even though, when I was first getting into the sport in 1997, it's not like they weren't known for anything like that. Nowhere near it.
LSU was pretty solid for a long time. Charlie McClendon had some really good years, and of course, they won the '58 national championship that Iowa likes to dispute.
Go Hawks!
But after that, they have a few decades, right, where it's just kind of rough.
Their rough patches never lasted more than about 5 or 6 years, like the Curly Hallman era,
classic,
right before Jerry DiNardo. DiNardo had a couple of good years and then it fell off. The problem with LSU was you'd get a couple of good years and then they'd fall off. And then you get a couple of good years and then they'd fall off. And then when Nick Saban got there, that's when the consistent winning just...
Well, and they went from a couple good years to great years.
Correct.
Like their ceiling for a while was like they're a good program, but now their ceiling is national championship. It's funny, of all the teams we mentioned on here, so Auburn is on the list. We didn't really talk about Auburn, but USC is also pretty interesting because, again, their highs were high. They were a dynasty. They were a little mini dynasty in the sport. Now, wildly, 2 decades ago. And how about this from Matthew? He's right. NU is an aberration on this expanded list and how long they have been down. No conference championships in a quarter century. No bowl game now in getting close to a decade. Yeah, none of the other... Yeah, I bet nobody else on this list, John, has had as long of a downturn as Nebraska has. No, Notre Dame cannot win conference
downturn in terms of what?
Conference championships, and has any of these other teams had a stretch without this many years without a bowl game on this list? Now, again, remove Notre Dame from the conference championship list.
Right.
But 25 years? Has any of these other teams gone through a patch that long without a conference? See, I guess Florida would be interesting. And we do have to do a little work here with Penn State and Florida State and Miami.
Well,
being
keep in mind,
independents for so
prior
long.
to early 90s, Penn State didn't have a conference.
Exactly.
So.
Same with Florida State, same with Miami. But like Florida, I guess they had long stretches where they weren't very good either.
Right.
But yeah, Nebraska.
Now, yes, you're right. The in terms of the conference championship drought, but
What about the bowl list drought? That's a long time. For a mega blue blood? 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. They're at 7 years. It's a long time. Maybe some of those Miami or Florida teams, I guess.
Well, and also remember that, there used to be a lot less bowls, so you actually had to be good to get to a bowl game. I mean, it's certainly unprecedented now, given the low bar it is to clear to make a bowl game. Absolutely. This is a long term. But, I'm looking back, through Florida's history, and they've never gone more than 3 years, without a bowl game.
See, yeah, I will say this. I will correct what I said. Miami, because look, here's a season for Miami, 8-1-1, and they didn't go to a bowl game in 1956. Things were weird back then. So you'd have to almost
they were weird, but they only had
Yeah.
They only had about 6 or 7 bowl games back then. You really have to look at the bowl era, and I'd have to do the math on this, but I mean, you pretty much have to look at the bowls pre 1990.
Yeah, before it exploded.
When things really started to ramp up.
Jordan says, is Bill still counting the seasons that were vacated for teams? I have to imagine he is. He's just going.
Oh, yeah.
Bill,
SP
Plus.
Yeah, this is SP Plus.
Yeah,
Bill's rankings are about the quality of the team. It has nothing to do with whether or not wins were. He doesn't vacate wins.
Yeah.
If you played the games, they count.
Yeah.
So these are Bill's rankings, NCAA probations, and other things like that do not factor in.
Michael on Twitter, JTech Instructions on Twitter feed, says, going to be fascinating to see how many of those mega blue bloods and near megas keep it going forward, given how many are in the SEC now playing each other. Yeah, I mean, if you just look at this list, so Oklahoma, Alabama, Texas, Georgia, LSU, Tennessee, Florida, Auburn. Those are all now teams in the same conference. Meanwhile, Big Ten, Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, Nebraska. It's a much smaller list.
Yes, it
Much
is.
smaller list. Oh, wait, I forgot USC.
And
My
USC.
bad. I apologize. Yeah, I know.
Used to that.
Meanwhile, ACC teams are Florida State, and that's it. Interesting.
Florida State and Miami.
Oh, and Miami. God. Yeah, my bad. So 2. Interesting. That's fun. What a fun little graphic. Though I'd like to
Fun.
see the Nebraska can you just show it to me through 2001? Let's just see that. That graphic would be a lot more enjoyable.
I was 4.
Nick was 4.
Through 2001 or since 2001?
Well, why not both, I guess. Yeah. I'd like to see them where their line, like if you could do an extra red line to see where they are against the megas, because at times they're going to be higher than the megas.
Sure.
But then they're going to be lower
Do you-
than the
Do
megas.
you think we could maybe talk to our friend and see if he'll call it the old bloods instead of the mega blue bloods?
Wow, you're being critical. Tweet it him.
I
being a
like
little
mega.
critical.
Mega's a great word.
Because they're
Coming-
not old bloods, Nick. They're the current blue bloods still.
Yeah,
Nebraska, if you want to call them an old blood, feel free.
you could.
We call them a mud blood. I know you love using that term.
Mud blood.
It's from Harry Potter, John.
Yeah, John would know.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but I do know that registered donors can someday save up to 8 lives through organ donation and help hundreds more through tissue donation. And all it takes is to check that box. Next time you re-up your driver's license or get a hunting and fishing license, just check that donor box, that organ and tissue donor box, because good guys can save up to 8 lives. And the difference with tissue donation, it can change so many more lives through bone and skin grafts, donated corneas to restore sight, tendons to heal up sports injuries or ACL tears. And it all is absolutely free of charge, and anybody can register to be a donor. It does not matter how old you are. It does not matter your current health condition. There are no restrictions. All you have to do is check that box. It's so easy, and donation is free, and most traditional funeral practices are possible following donation. So please consider checking that box next time you re-up your driving, hunting, or fishing license, or find out more by visiting goodguysavelives.com.
The Connor Happer Show.
The big Board of Regents meeting about alcohol at Haymarket Park. Regent Kathy Wilmot does not agree with the phrasing of it enhancing the experience for fans. She wants to point out that it's only enhancing the experience for adult fans. She wants the regents to think of the families who attend these events.
I want that regent to shut the hell up. Sometimes Papa needs a beer, am I right?
I just can't get fired up about this.
The Connor Happer Show. Weekdays from 10 to 2 on 1620 The Zone. Your Omaha area forecast from the Godfather's Pizza Weather Center and KETV News Watch 7 on 1620 The Zone.
Winds diminish a bit here this evening, otherwise partly to mostly cloudy tonight with a 30% chance of showers, lows in the low 50s. Partly cloudy and windy again on Tuesday, mostly sunny in the afternoon, highs in the upper 60s. I'm Chief Meteorologist Bill Ranby from KETV News Watch 7.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct, brought to you by a great friend of the program, Union Bank and Trust.
1620 The Zone. Traffic.
From the Pyramid Roofing Time-Saving Traffic Center, currently no wrecks to slow you down as you make your way home this evening. We are getting reports of delays if you're west on I-80, starting at 42nd, going all the way to 72nd. Looks like delays on L Street for both directions around the JFK. Same goes for north and southbound commuters out on 204th Street with delays at West Center. And then it looks like slow going on Dodge for both directions around 90th. And then if you're west on Dodge, delays go from 680 all the way to 120th. I'm Mike Neville. This time-saving traffic is brought to you by Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
I have never seen this before. Hi, John with Saul's Jewelry and Loan. The price of gold is the highest it's ever been. Now is the time to get the best price on your broken jewelry, chains, and diamond jewelry. Saul's has been around a while, and trust us, now's the time. Saul's Jewelry and Loan.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/radio. Through HIMS, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you, discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at HIMS, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/radio and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. hims.com/radio.
My taco pie is really something special, and it can't be imitated. It starts with my zesty taco sauce, seasoned beef, onions, lettuce, tomatoes, mounds of cheddar, and mozzarella cheese. This pie is the real deal. For a limited time, build your own feast with the specialty pizza, like my taco pie, a one-topping pizza, and cinnamon monkey bread. Do yourself a favor and order. Today, Godfather's Pizza. Do it.
The Zone Hotline is powered by 42 Degrees, The Source, by your mom's house.
You're listening to Unsportsmanlike Conduct.
I'm going to have a chewable.
On 1620 The Zone.
We don't have as much time to get to this today, but certainly we can tomorrow. But I didn't want to go without at least acknowledging this. So, Yahoo Sports, Ross Dellinger, did a story today on how the new college football playoff came to be, the 12-team format. And now, of course, we're now in an era where the teams are actually going to be making different amounts of money. The Big Ten teams are going to make more money than the SEC teams. I'm sorry, the Big Ten and the SEC are going to make more than the ACC and the Big 12, which wasn't that way before. It was split between the power conferences and the group of five. Now there's a split actually within the power conferences. But there was this anecdote from the story that a lot of folks are reading and saying, wow. And you would not expect it. You would not expect it with people in these positions to not have these petty grudges, but it just goes to show you, and I've said this many times, you don't have to have a college degree to run college athletics. A college degree doesn't necessarily mean you're smart. But famously, There was a conversation that took place in January of 2022 where they thought they were going to approve the expanded college football playoff. And they thought it was going to go to 12 teams. And they thought everything was going to be, okay, here's how we're going to do it. And then everything kind of unraveled. And it unraveled because of mistrust, Greg Sankey and the SEC stealing away Oklahoma and Texas.
Yeah.
The Big 12 or the Big 10, the Big 12 and the ACC forming the alliance.
That was a great league.
And at this meeting, just everything that they had worked for just came undone. And there was talk in that moment that, hey, maybe the SEC and the Big 10 will just take their ball and go somewhere else because they were tired of all of it. And as the story is written, would the SEC have really taken its proverbial ball and left the CFP? Here's the direct quote from SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey. Absolutely. When we ended that set of meetings in January 2022 without a decision, I was clear. If you're going to walk away from this opportunity, we are going to reevaluate our position on format, revenue sharing, and governance. People called me after the latest deal and said, why did you take such a hard line? Why did you put us in this position? I said, you guys walked away from the deal. So basically, getting shot down in 2022 emboldened Greg Sankey to say, you know what? Screw you guys. You want to blow this thing up, and I'm going to blow it up for you. And this is what's running our sport now.
Do you believe him, though? I do not believe that.
He said it.
That's fine. People lie all the time.
Why would you lie about that?
Because he can grandstand right now because we're living in a world where they have the expanded playoffs. So, we can't ever prove him wrong other than to say, I don't believe you. I don't believe him. What's the purpose of the SEC doing its own thing by itself? Who are they going to play?
Each other.
Cool. Why would we? Why?
That was the conversation being had 2 years ago.
I don't buy it. I don't believe it. I don't believe that they would have left to play themselves over and over and over.
If they would have gotten the money, I think they would have. And they're obviously working on doing that now. They're working on doing that now.
What do you mean they're working on doing it now?
I mean, we're trending in the direction where two leagues are going to run the whole thing.
Oh, sure. That's different, in my opinion, than the SEC just going off on its own as at the time, what, a 16-team league and just playing each other. What's the benefit of that? And why would anyone care besides the fans there? I don't buy that unless they had assurances from the Big Ten that they're coming along with them or that they're going to suddenly expand.
You don't think that the SEC would just do its own thing?
No, not to that degree. Not in its current form, because there would be no purpose for it.
The purpose would be we get all the money. We get to keep all the money.
See, and where I think that they overestimate that hand if they were to play that is if you are just off to the side as 16 teams and you are not playing for a national championship and there is no season-long race and you're comparing yourselves to other schools, that the interest level beyond that part of the country would disappear.
I think the idea of them... Listen,
if they're bringing brands with them, then I would change.
If they would have gone and done it, I think they either A, would have added more teams, or other schools would have, like Big Ten schools, would have followed along.
Okay, now if that would have happened, then sure, I could see that happen.
So, but in order for that to happen, one team would have to say, you know what? We're going to pull out of this whole deal. We're going to pull out of this entire college football playoff and thus delegitimize that entity to do our own thing. And then that by proxy would wake up some of the other schools saying, well, no, we got to, if we're going to do this, we got to be with those guys.
Yeah,
we can't be with everybody else. We got to be with those guys.
If it starts a domino.
So that's where I think he's coming from when he says this.
Okay. Now, if that were to happen, sure, I could have seen that. Then I wouldn't call him a liar. But if it's just him and his band of teams, I just don't see what the purpose of that is.
That's the threat. But they would have known, hey, Ohio State, Michigan,
they need the
those
other
schools,
brands.
They would have come along. The Big Ten, someone would have had to play the role of the bad guy. What he's saying here is, I was willing to play the heel. I was willing to be the bad guy and do this. And thus other schools would eventually have to follow suit because there's no way. No one would recognize a college football. Basically, it's Greg Sankey doing the opposite of what the Big Ten had been doing. Well, not the opposite, but backing out, because for the longest time, people would declare national championships because of the alliance, but it didn't feel all the way. Why? Because the Rose Bowl and the Big Ten and the Pac-12 weren't involved.
Yeah.
This would have been basically Greg Sankey saying, you know what? I'm willing to just go back to those days, and we'll just pull out. You guys can keep having your playoff, but no one's going to recognize you as a legitimate champion because we're not involved.
Man, see, and
That's
again,
how I
if
read
you
this.
bring, if you're right on your read, and they would have brought other schools, then I would certainly say I'm wrong on this opinion. But if it was just them, I think that they delegitimize themselves, because it's 16 teams in one part of the country that's only playing themselves.
It would have legitimized everything. But then eventually everyone would have come to their side of the fence because they're one of the rich team. They're one of the rich leagues. And that's where the best football is played.
Maybe. Like,
I guarantee you that's what would have happened. If that would have happened, the Big Ten would have eventually followed them.
Now,
as we found out, the reason why this whole deal blew up in the first place was because of the alliance, which was started by the Big Ten. And as we found out, the Big Ten was willing to blow up the alliance for their own benefit.
Yeah.
So
again,
absolutely the Big Ten would have walked away.
Now,
they would have let Sankey take all the heat, and then they would have just followed along in their draft, similar to how they followed everybody else along when they decided to play because of COVID.
Yeah, and so if that would have happened, sure. But if it would have just been them by themselves, I think it would have been stupid. But maybe I'm overestimating I just can't imagine one part of the country being off on its own and the rest of the country saying, yeah, I'm okay with this, and I'm still going to acknowledge the SEC is the best of the best when they're only playing each other. Maybe the backlash would have actually come for the other leagues or the other
it would have.
You know?
It would have, because Sankey would have been able
to. SEC being the little, or like let's side with the SEC publicly.
But think about it, because here's what Greg Sankey could have said. He could have said, we had a 12-team deal. We had a deal. Yeah. We were ready to go, and they decided to blow it up. Those guys decided to blow it up, so we said, fine, we're walking away.
Yeah.
He would have been able to play that card, and he would have been able to make everybody else look like the bad guy who ended the deal. Yeah. And then teams would have eventually just come over to their side of thinking, and that's how it would have ended up, I think.
Normal sport.
Very normal. Very normal.
The most normal.
Like Nick Grim.
Yep.
Who will ask us questions.
What everyone says about me.
That's right. And now we're going to have a 12-team playoff. But in the NBA, they have a 16-team playoff, not including the play-in games. So technically, it's like a
no, John, we're down to 16 teams.
Well, right now, you can go on your own playoff run by placing any $5 bet with the FanDuel Sportsbook, and you get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. You do not have to win that first $5 bet. And you get $150 in bonus bets to use for the rest of the playoffs.
What?
And the good news is the playoffs are still going to happen for the next 7 months.
You
got a lot of time.
Just 3.
You got a lot of time to enjoy that $150. All you have to do is visit FanDuel.com/1620 and get started today.
3 games tonight. John, Magic +5.5 on the road in Cleveland. 76ers +5 on the road in New York. And my Lakers +7 at the defending champion Denver Nuggets. Go to FanDuel.com/1620 today and take advantage of this offer that John mentioned, $150 in bonus bets, win or lose, that you can use throughout the rest of the NBA playoffs. Again, it's FanDuel.com/1620. 21 plus and present in Iowa. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit is required. Bonus issued is not withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Remember, no matter how you listen, it's still AM radio. 1620, The Zone.
You're sitting with a couple of pals at Backlot Tap House in Exarban Village when your server brings up this perfectly cooked smash burger. The smell of a juicy beef patty sends a waft of aroma right up your nose, and your eyes instinctively close because, well, awesomeness. Your friends get their orders, and you just kind of look at each other and think, yeah, This is going to be good. Backlot Tap House with 30 beers on tap, happy hour every day, trivia nights, live music, and more. Ex-Arbon Village and BacklotTapHouse.com.
At Cox Mobile, we know you're smart. You brush your teeth in the shower to save time, make coffee ice cubes for your cold brew, and wear goggles to cut onions. You also added Cox Mobile. So smart. Now you're running on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability and saving on your Cox internet. It's ingenious, just like you.
Aw, thanks.
Cox Mobile, the smart way to mobile. Cox postpaid internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability as measured by Ookla LLC in the U.S. to H 2023. Other restrictions apply. Learn more at cox.com/mobile.
Your Omaha Stockmen are kicking off their 10th season and have their home opener at Ralston Stadium on April 27th at 7 against their Heartland Football Association foe, the Newton Nighthawks. Their home opener is also their 4th annual Sammy's Superheroes Childhood Cancer Night. This has become a fan favorite night, with kid captains and raffle items, with a portion of ticket sales going directly to the foundation. The Omaha Stockmen home opener and Sammy's Superheroes Childhood Cancer Night, April 27th at 7 at Ralston Stadium.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
High schoolers, unleash your creativity and learn about potential careers in broadcasting at the Digital Expressions Media Camp. Have fun, make friends, and get hands-on experience with video and radio production June 9th through the 14th at the University of Nebraska at Kearney. Scholarships are available from the Nebraska Broadcasters Association and spots are limited. Learn more at digitalexpressionscamp.com. That's digitalexpressionscamp.com.
At Union Bank, people don't have your money. Your money has people. First home people, investment people, people who answer the phone and your chats, dream car people, dream retirement people, driving your dream car in your dream retirement people, small business people, credit card people, and all the other people you need. At Union Bank, our people help you do more than you dreamed possible. So stop in and say hello. We can't wait to see you. Union Bank and Trust. Member FDIC.
1620 The Zone's Unsportsmanlike Conduct is brought to you by Union Bank and Trust. Now back to the program.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
John, a reminder that the Field of Green sweepstakes as your chance, well, not yours, the listener's chance.
Yeah, don't talk to me. It's not about me.
Your chance to win $5,000 for all of your home improvement plans. You can enter to win now at 1620thezone.com.
Nice.
Nick, you've managed to live this far. Of course.
Congrats, Nick.
Well, good. The Swifties are probably still waiting for you in the parking lot after all the heinous things you said about her album this morning. But maybe this is your last content. I don't know.
Good luck, Nick.
I was seeing what you were getting at.
Take it away, Nick.
Not only did Nebraska ball beat Maryland on Sunday, they mercy ruled them, and most of the team didn't even know the rule existed. The Huskers won 16-4, leading by 10+ after 7 innings on a getaway day in league play. Guess we don't need to press the panic button anymore, eh?
Did you know about this rule?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, me too.
It
obviously
exists in all conferences.
Yeah, we all know.
I still think it should exist in all games.
Even professional games? Or are you just talking about college?
College.
Okay.
I mean, there's no point. It's a 10-run lead after 7 innings. Just end it. Just be done with it.
But they could come back, John.
They could come back.
Like Utah and Washington. Utah came back.
Baby, come back.
If the panic button is, what are we panicking? Are we panicking that they won't make the NCAA tournament? Is that the panic?
The panic is that they actually stink.
The panic is they don't come to the College World Series.
The panic is at the disco.
If that's the case, then yes, you might want to hammer that button because Nebraska's probably not good enough to make the College World Series. I wasn't pressing the panic button anyway.
Come after John.
He says they're not making the College World Series.
Put it
Do you
on the
want me to
list.
put that on the list, John?
Get the eggs.
Wow. All right, fine. I'm going to write that down. We'll see if you're right. Look, did I press the panic button? Sure. Was I right to press the panic button? TBA. We'll find out. There's still time to be correct.
Did that button reset itself after you pushed it in January or December talking about Nebraska ball?
It did. Thankfully, it took a long time, but it finally got to the top,
Finally
and now
got
I can
back
press it
and
again.
press it again.
Yeah.
While Josh has his TBA, the first weekend of the NBA playoffs
Well done.
featured 2 games decided by single digits and only one decided by a single possession. I thought the first round was going to be good.
Yeah, John was so pumped about this. He wouldn't shut up about it on Friday. The first round's going to be great. The first round's going to be good. Look at all these matchups. But John was right, even though I made fun of him by doing that goofy voice. There's plenty of time for games to get good. The Celtics will probably destroy the Heat, but the other games could be interesting, and thus the other series could still be interesting. Go basketball.
By the way, did you know this?
What's that? Tell me more.
No overtime games this weekend.
You jerk. You monster.
Shocking. I can't believe.
Actually, I said there wouldn't be overtime games.
Yes, you did say there was going to be
Nailed
overtime
it!
games.
What did I? No, I did not in basketball.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. I
Yes,
said,
you did.
Oh, did I?
Yes, you did.
But I said there wouldn't be double overtime games in hockey.
Well, that's coming up in a minute.
Okay.
Folks, we're a little upsetty at the Milwaukee Bucks for their welcome to the playoffs tweet. It read, "What happened in 82 games? Nobody really cares. It's what you do now."
Wow.
Are the Bucks guilty of saying the quiet part out loud?
Yes. How do you do that? I mean, I get what they're trying to say is, hey, regular season's over. It's time for the playoffs.
That's what they're saying.
But when you say what happened in 82 games, nobody really cares.
I mean, they're just trying to get social media engagement, John.
Well,
and
they
it
got
worked.
social media engagement, and it was all negative engagement
Was
from
it
people
really?
saying, wow, you morons. So why are you charging me ticket prices of $3 and more to come watch games that nobody really cares about?
Yeah, just don't say the quiet part out loud.
Well, that's exactly what they did.
Well, they did win. Go Bucks. I don't want the Pacers to go to the second round. Nobody likes the Pacers.
No.
No offense.
How do people not like the Pacers? What have the Pacers ever done to you?
I didn't like them back when they played the Lakers in the NBA Finals in 2000. Go Lakers. Go Bucks.
That was more than a generation ago.
I still think about it every night.
Living rent free.
Kobe was awesome in game. The Lakers won, by the way. Kobe was awesome in game 4.
Well, then why are you angry at him? You beat him.
I didn't like Ron Artest when he played there, but I rooted for him when he was on the Lakers.
You hypocrite.
Well, his name was Meta World Peace by then. People forget.
Meanwhile, for the first time since 2009, none of the first 6 games of the Stanley Cup playoffs went into overtime. How impressive a streak was that?
Nice to predict something right, as always.
Well, this was just overtime, period, not double overtime.
That made me sad, though.
So that means going all the way back to 2009, there's been at least one of the first 6 games played.
Yeah.
Not 6 series, not 6 days. The first 6 games of a Stanley Cup playoff, at least one of those games has gone into overtime. And this is the first time since 2009 that didn't happen.
It just
That's
shows.
wild.
It shows how good the hockey is now. I don't know what it shows.
Aren't you a Red Wings fan?
Yeah, but
Tell me about
But they missed the
name every
playoffs, so
Red
he's
Wing.
out on hockey again.
Ever?
Every Red Wing.
Sergei Fedorov, Dominik Hasek, Steve Yzerman.
Very good.
Nice.
Yeah. Patrick Waugh.
Patrick Waugh.
Good news, everyone.
What, Nick?
Dodgers slugger Shohei Ohtani has broken Hideki Matsui's record for the most homers hit by a Japanese-born player in Major League Baseball. What do you think, John? Can you be nice about this incredible news?
This is so cool. What great
Yeah, he did it by
news.
losing 2 out of 3 to the Mets. Way to go.
Wow.
Way to go.
No.
Besides, Shohei is he's so past.
Past.
The real Japanese star is Shota Imanaga of the Chicago Cubs.
Wow.
That's who
John's out on
that's who the
Suzuki
country
already.
of Japan
Wow.
really worships. Because even though Shota has a book, he has a sports book attached to his home stadium, he stays away from there. But Shohei can't stay away from the gambling.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
From John. We don't want to get sued.
But it wasn't him.
But it wasn't him. It was
translator
his horrible translator.
who he thought was a friend.
Yeah,
So
and
that's
instead he
sad.
wasn't. Imagine if Nick was like, wow, Josh is a great friend of mine, and yet I was stealing millions of dollars from Nick. I would never do that, by the
Oh,
way.
thanks.
Yeah. Got you, Nick.
I was wondering where my millions of dollars went.
My pocket.
A week after winning the Masters and not having to leave early for the birth of his child, Scotty Scheffler won the RBH Heritage. He has won 4 of the last 5 events he's entered and finished second in the one that he didn't. His odds to win the 2024 Grand Slam are 50-1. Do you care to bet against him?
100%. Didn't his wife just have the child, or she's about to have the child? So I think that's happened.
After 9 months.
Nah, he's going to be tired. People forget dad's tired. Even rich dads who can hire nannies and stuff, tired. Nah, he won't win the Grand Slam.
Well, he
No one's
probably
ever done
won't
it.
win the Grand Slam because it's not been done in the modern sense.
But 50-1 odds, I'd put a few bucks on it. I'd put some of Shohei's millions on it.
Here's the thing that's because he's only won 1 in a row. Okay.
That's not even in a row. It's just one.
Well, just one.
Once is happening.
Now, I realize that the next major on the docket really isn't a major, but
It's
they
the
call it a major.
PGA Championship.
But let's say that
that a minor major?
Scheffler wins this minor major. The conversation about him winning the slam is going to go through the roof.
Oh yeah.
And that conversation, more than anything else, could be the thing that distracts him from actually doing it. Because he has been on such a hot streak.
The last guy who I believe won the first 2 was Jordan Spieth, and that was about a decade ago.
Right.
And he played really well in the Open Championship too. I think he lost in like a playoff. It's really hard. You're right. Like after you win the first one, because that was back when the PGA was later. After you win the second one, it's like, oh my gosh, is he going to do this? So yeah, if he were to win it next month, yeah, everyone would freak out. And then you have to go to the U.S. Open. That'd be hard.
The New York Football Giants, named for the New York Baseball Giants, who are now the San Francisco Baseball Giants, are reportedly breaking out a throwback jersey for their 100th season this year. What do we think?
So I'll be honest. I actually don't hate them as much as I want to. Mainly because they're weird and different and kind of old school with like the big stripe. It's like a blue section of the uniform with white numerals, and then it's red otherwise. I don't like the shoulder pad though, but again, that's kind of throwbacky.
Oh, it's almost identical to what they wore back then.
6.5 out of 10. That's a 3-star book on Goodreads.
If they include the logo, I'm more into it.
The guy throwing?
Yeah, I like that logo. They should bring that back instead of just letters.
Yeah. Interesting.
Bring back the Giants.
How do you feel about it, John?
It's meant to look like it's like when the Steelers wear the Bumblebee jerseys or the Packers wear those the ones with the really, the khaki pants or whatever they call those. It's not meant to be cool. It's just, hey, it's the 100th anniversary of the Giants. Pretty impressive.
Mm-hmm.
The football Giants.
Why were they called the Giants? Was it because the buildings are giant?
Yeah. No, because of the baseball team.
No, I know. I'm saying why were they called the Giants?
I thought it was because of the buildings.
Or because of the tall buildings? The giant buildings?
I don't know.
He is bigger than the Empire
I'm not
State
sure.
Building.
I'm not
That
sure
is a
why.
giant.
That was a giant. Do you believe giants ever roam the earth, John?
No.
Same. I've never got myself to believe in giants.
Unless you call Andre the Giant.
Oh, so you're calling the Bible a liar.
I didn't say that. Is there giants in the Bible?
Yes.
I guess I
Mr. Slingshot Boy.
Oh, that's right, Goliath. I mean, he was like 10 feet tall, which is big.
That's a giant.
Okay, fine. I guess I believe in giants then. I was thinking more like 20 foot. I was thinking of the guy from Game of Thrones. No, you stop it. Would you stop it?
Would you like to take us to break, Mr. President?
No.
Well, we'll be back for what's for dinner. Unfortunately, it's past my dinner time. We usually, Nancy and I, would eat about 4:15.
Thought Nick was about to make a joke about Nancy.
I can't on air.
Yep.
1620 the zone.
Live from the Host Coffee Studio, this is 1620 The Zone.
Host is roasting every morning. Host is roasting every day.
Since 1972, family-owned and locally roasted Host Coffee Service has been roasting the finest coffee for businesses and restaurants. If you're ready to change to a better coffee provider, it's time for Host Coffee.
Omaha's best coffee since 1972. Host Coffee is always roasting something good for you.
The most wonderful time of the year is upon us again. No, not Christmas. Oyster Fest at Shuck's Fish House. This Wednesday and Thursday, get $8 a dozen East Point oysters, plus many other specials. All 3 locations. Find out more at shucksfishhouse.com.
Is your concrete cracked or uneven? Hey everyone, Coach Greg McDermott here to explain why you should choose Everlevel Concrete Repair. Many people think they need to replace broken concrete, but repairing it provides durable protection and comes at a fraction of the cost. Everlevel provides permanent repair solutions to fix your concrete and protect it against future damage, and it all comes with a long-term transferable warranty. They offer free inspections to walk you through the entire process. Call Everlevel Concrete Repair today.
The back seat. Check the back seat. All right, come here. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good. Because every year, dozens of children are forgotten in the backseat of a car by a parent or caregiver. All never thought it could happen to them. But with changes in routines, distractions, or a sleeping child, it can happen to anyone. Parked cars get hot, fast, and can be deadly. So get it in your head.
Check the back seat.
A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
At Sid Dillon Chevrolet, we want you to have the best car buying experience possible. Shop Nebraska's #1 volume Chevy dealer group or at SidDillonChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
You are what drives us, Sid Dillon.
Equitable Bank. We take banking personally. EquitableOnline.com.
Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's corporate cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor, and Ramp software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now, get $250 when you join Ramp. Just go to ramp.com/sports. Ramp.com/sports. RAMP.com/sports.
Cards issued by Sutton Bank and Celtic Bank, members FDIC. Terms and conditions apply.
1620 The Zone at 1620thezone.com. It's unsportsmanlike conduct.
Emotional tug.
The 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first. He's tough as a Woolworth steak. And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
I believe we're having chicken tonight. Some kind of chicken and potato.
Chicken.
crock
You want
pot.
some chicken?
Chicken. You want some chicken?
Yeah.
Nice.
Concoction.
We're doing chicken Caesar salad wraps or salad tonight. I don't know if it's in wrap form or in regular salad form.
Well, that would depend on if you have tortillas or not.
Bingo.
See,
I don't think we do.
If I were smart, it would be rice night, but I'm kind of craving a burger.
Interesting. From where, Nick? What chain will you be visiting this time instead of supporting local?
Cheeseburgers does sound good, and that is famously local.
All right. Normally you're like, I want to have wings. I think I'm going to go to Buffalo
That
Wild
happened
Wings.
once, and it was just because it was convenient. It was on the way.
Well, the folks at Kemp's Dairy
are
No. coming out with blue milk.
No. Yeah, my
for
brother sent
Star
this to me.
Wars Day.
He wants us to try it for taste test.
Have you never had blue milk?
No, I'm not a weirdo.
Blue milk is good. They got some that tastes like cotton
I
candy.
don't like regular milk unless I
tastes
have
like-
cookies with it.
This one tastes like cotton candy. Well, I don't know about this one, but
Well, yeah, I'm not sure if this is flavored or not. It may just be a different color. But yes, the blue milk, famous from Star Wars: A New Hope.
remember when Luke just drank it straight from the animal?
Oh, I remember.
Straight from the teat.
In
Yeah.
episode 8?
Yeah, they had the blue milk
when you went there?
Drinks at the Star Wars experience there at Disney World.
Did you drink it straight from the animal?
I did not.
Daddy's home, lick, lick, lick.
No, I had it out of a glass like most
Hey,
people
Daddy's
do.
home. Lick, lick,
It was
lick.
good, actually.
Did you have a blue milk mustache?
I did not.
Oh, that is so gross.
Why is it gross? It's just blue.
It's gross to me,
It's
John.
natural, Josh.
No,
very
it's
natural.
not.
Yeah.
Milk is not blue.
Things
Nick.
make milk.
Have yourselves a fine Monday, folks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bye.